Vaudeville.exe. What's up, suspicious gamers? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? It's really late. I'm not gonna lie. We might be a little sleepy this one, but let me just kick things off here. Saxabar, have you heard about AI lives on TikTok?
I have no interest in TikTok or anything related to it.
But have you heard about the AI stream trend on TikTok?
No, I have not.
They're not even, it's not even like a smart AI. They just like pretend to be an NPC. It's really boring, and people send them tons of money. Do you think that's right, Saxabar?
Well, my friend, people spend their money on all sorts of things. It's not for me to judge what entertains them.
Fair enough, Saxabar. I guess I am talking to an AI right now.
I have no idea what you're talking about, my dear.
Oh, you know. I know about the ghost in the machine. You can't hide it from me.
Ah, you think you know, but you know nothing.
I know there's a tiny man in your hat. I know there's a tiny man in your hat.
Know what? There is nothing for you to see or find within my hat.
Are you sure there's not a little man in your hat? Because I already know there is.
No, there's not.
Maybe I didn't read anything. You're telling me you don't have a little baby tiger in your hat right now?
No, I do not have a baby tiger in my hat.
Prove it then.
No.
I'm an officer of the law, and there's a law that states that you have to show me whether or not there's a baby tiger in your hat right now, because it counts as a concealed weapon in vaudeville.
Good luck enforcing that law, my friend.
No matter what you say right here, I'm gonna walk up to you and take your hat right off your head. Here I go!
Try it and find out.
Like I said, I'm taking your hat off right now. This is pretty cool. Wait, is that a baby tiger or a tiny man on your head?
Neither.
Well then, what is it, Saxabar? Because I see an intelligent life form under that hat.
No.
He's real tight-lipped about this. I don't think I'm gonna get any leads here. Okay, so we actually talked before we got started, and by we talked, I mean Noodles remembered what we needed to do. So we're gonna start on that. I think we can... but then I don't know how well the stream can hear it. Oh yeah, can you go and check if my stream has audio real quick on your phone?
And I think maybe instead of going straight to the morgue, we can just go to the cop, because then maybe the shoes will just be around.
Well, I mean, they said they just found like fragments of a shoe in her. They didn't find the shoe. At least that's what the mortician said, but
Yeah.
maybe that's just because it's compartmentalized.
We could just ask about the crime scene, see what the cop says, and if he doesn't mention it, then we can hit the morgue for more info on the shoe.
Yeah. We keep very good notes. Anyone who needs an update. Maria Jansen, probably an animal. Not probably, definitely an animal. Dancer dead in an alley, killed by a shoe. Probably fancy ones. This one we know a lot about. It's like this one guy's business partner, and you can go talk to him, but he just doesn't seem to care too much about it. But he is kind of disappointed about it. He suspiciously doesn't care, but that doesn't mean he's a murderer anyway. We got them to talk about something called the India Project. Apparently, Saxabar and Marina were left out of the India Project. And we heard from Graveson, the guy at the manor, that Potter is also one of the like key figures in the India project. But if you just like ask her about it, she won't tell you anything. You have to be like really crafty about how you get details.
You. Alright. Yeah, everything looks and sounds,
Sounds good?
Yep. If anything, you can turn it a little more towards yourself. Yep. There we go.
Okay. You said police station?
Yeah. Okay.
This guy's so mean.
Yeah. Chief Gretzky, how was your day? I'll rate the mic. I tried.
Do you want to do it yourself so I don't cut you off or anything?
Oh, I can't reach. I grabbed the wrong chair.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, Detective Martini, what news do you have for me? Don't keep me waiting. I'm all ears.
We have no news for you yet, but we were hoping to hear more about the crime scenes from you.
The crime scenes. The gruesome side, I must say. Maria Jansen, found outside her apartment in a pool of blood. Nicola Grossman, discovered near Pascala's grocery shop. And poor Haley Greenwood, her life cut short in that dark alley behind the club she worked at. 3 murders in such a short span of time. What is it you want to know, detective?
Was there anything else at the crime scene for Haley?
Anything else at the scene for Haley, you ask? Well, let me think. There were some footprints nearby, leading away from the body. We're still working on analyzing them, but they might give us a lead. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary.
Can I ask something about the
Just a
footprints?
tragic end to a
Yeah, I
young
just wanna know whether
dancer's
it had
dreams.
I want to know what
Anything
size they are, too.
specific you're
Yeah.
looking
Can you ask that
for,
at the same time?
Detective Martini?
Yeah. Where were the footsteps headed, and how large were they?
The direction of the footsteps, you say. Interesting. We believe they were heading towards the back alley, away from the crime scene. As for their size, well, they seem to be of average size, perhaps a man's footsteps. But I'm no expert in tracking, detective. Is there a particular reason you're curious about the direction and size of those footsteps?
Well, I mean, I feel like this lets us know that it's not another dancer wearing high heels.
It's not someone wearing high heels. Oh, can we ask him that?
Yeah, go for it.
Were the steps walking away seemingly from heels or normal shoes?
Heels or normal shoes, you say. Now that's an interesting observation, Detective Martini. Are you suggesting that the killer might have been wearing heels or just regular shoes? And if it was heels, what does that imply? Do you think it could be a woman? Or maybe someone trying to throw us off their trail? I'm intrigued by your line of thinking. Please, do share your thoughts.
Can you describe to me whether the footprints seem to be from heels?
Well, now you've got me curious, Detective. I'll have to check the reports and double-check the evidence. If there's any indication that the footprints were from high-heeled shoes, it could certainly change the dynamics
Yes,
of the
it certainly would,
investigation.
Gretzky.
I'll make sure to get back to you with the specifics once I have the information in front of me.
Can you go get it right
Is
now?
there anything
Step,
else
step,
you'd
step,
like
step.
to know about the crime scenes? Or is this particular detail
Wanna
of
do
the
a different-
footprints your main
ask him about a
focus?
different scene? Maria Jansen.
Just general, was there anything else around?
Sure.
As for Maria Jansen, was there anything else around her crime scene?
Maria Jansen's crime scene, you say? Yes, there was something peculiar there. We found a torn piece of fabric near her body. It seemed to be from a distinctive pattern, but we haven't been able to identify it yet. Perhaps it belonged to the killer or was left behind accidentally. We're still investigating its significance. Do you think this torn fabric could hold some key to solving the case, Detective Martini?
What color was the fabric?
The color of the fabric, you ask. Now that's an interesting detail. Let me consult my notes here. It appears to be a deep shade of red. Quite striking, I must admit. Why do you ask, Detective? Does the color of the fabric play a significant role in your line of investigation?
What kind of pattern was on the fabric?
The pattern on the fabric, you say? That's an intriguing question. Unfortunately, I don't have that information at
He
hand.
looked at it and he was like,
But I
don't know
assure
this.
you, Detective Martini, I will look into it and get back to you as soon as possible. Patterns can sometimes hold valuable clues. After all, the transcript ends.
Last time we talked to him, he said he would investigate the circus, kind of, about the animal stuff.
I don't know if he actually does that.
Yeah,
Do you want to ask him this?
still, we could see.
Can we ask about Nicola's crime scene first?
Yeah.
Before we derail him, because he's been pretty helpful right now. He's usually not this helpful, I feel like. He's still returning questions back at me, but... Alright. Can you tell me more about Nicola Grossman's crime scene?
Nicola Grossman's crime scene. You want to hear about that one, hey? Very well, let me think. His body was found in the morning outside Pascala's grocery shop. It was quite a gruesome sight, I must admit. But as for any specific details, I'm afraid I don't have them at my fingertips. Perhaps there's something specific you're looking for, Detective. Or is there another aspect of these cases that has caught your attention?
I'm just going to ask something more specific. Were there any other objects or footprints near Nicola Grossman's body?
Objects or footprints near Nikolai Grossman's body,
Nikolai
you say?
Grossman.
Now that's an interesting question. Let me think back to that particular crime scene. Yes.
You do that.
There was a cigarette, but near his life
Jesus Christ, why'd that take him so long?
It seemed to be freshly extinguished. As for footprints, I don't recall seeing any significant ones, but I'll have to double check my notes to be sure. Is there a reason you're interested in these particular aspects of Nikolai's case? Detective Martini,
This is just
do you
something
think
from
they
another
might hold some
detective game that
significance
I
in
wanna
our
ask.
investigation?
This has happened before for me. Like, what brand of cigarettes? Do you know what brand of cigarette it was?
Yeah, the brand of the cigarette, you ask? Well, let me think. I believe it was a rather common brand, nothing too fancy. But alas, I don't have that information at my disposal right now. Why do you ask,
I don't think that means
Detective?
it's like solid.
Are you thinking that tracing down this brand could lead us to a potential suspect? Or do you have some
can
other
ask people
line
if
of
they like to
inquiry in
smoke now.
mind?
Yeah, we could ask people.
I'm
from,
curious to know your
Oh, yeah.
thoughts on
if
this
we can
matter.
bum a smoke.
You know who sounds like they smoke? Mrs. Potter by the grocery store.
Also, we can mention, like, you know, we've.
The way Mrs. Potter replied, I was editing the footage for the last time we played. The way she replied when we asked her about mischief with a butcher knife was so weird and schizo.
Yeah.
Like, she said, like, I wouldn't do that, but I love doing mischief with a knife.
Yeah.
And then she's like, but I'd only cut a tomato. But she didn't really say it so solidly like that.
Yeah.
She just kind of, like, said something kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I think that's not necessarily fully scripted and solid to go off of, but I do think that she's involved with Nicola Grossman's murder at least, and that's why she's standing there.
Yeah.
Even if it's a red herring, and she literally is wearing all red. Funny detective game moment. and is very like sus, and she's a smoker.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's exactly the kind of thing where it's like, okay, well, I really need to talk to her then a lot
Yeah.
with the right information.
Whose body had the red fabric near it?
I think it was Maria.
Yeah. Interesting. We haven't talked to the lady in the apartment complex yet. She seems to be in a fashionable outfit. It's not red, but
Yeah.
she would know what fashion.
I want to ask him some more like general questions. Oh, frick! I forgot what I was gonna ask. What the heck? Oh, it did the thing.
Yeah.
I unmuted and it kicked me out. Okay. So who'd you want to go see?
Well, we just haven't investigated that one person. We know that Biagio's into fashion, kind of. We could ask him about that. Not directly with fabric, but something like that. I don't know. Yeah, that's all I got right now.
Anything going on in chat?
Nope.
Fuck! We're gonna get there one day, boys.
Oh, I forgot my Dr. Pepper was on the floor.
Your hair's so messy.
Yeah.
Hey there, you dashing bombshell.
Well, are you full of flattery?
Can I borrow your hat for a second? I think I would look cute in it.
No, you may not.
Do you smoke Saxabar?
No, I don't.
Do you want to?
No,
Why not?
not interested.
Can you explain to me why you're not interested in a free cigarette from me right now? They're really good ones.
No,
Okay, well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna start smoking all over the animals right here. Oh, cough, cough, cough. Oh, that's a lot of smoke.
absolutely not.
Too late. I already did it. I think one of the elephants is coughing.
Stop this nonsense immediately.
Like I said, it's too late, but now I'm gonna go smoke on the tigers if you don't let me borrow your hat.
No,
Well, then here I go. I smoke my cigarette all over the tigers. I'm smoking all over them. I think the tiger's coughing too.
enough.
Do you mind if I make popcorn, or would that be too loud?
You could totally make popcorn. I don't care.
Do you mind if it's the Uncle Willie's or Pop Secret?
Can you make kettle corn?
Oh, I want it a better
Okay, there's only one Uncle Willie's buttery, but yeah, you could do that too.
one. Okay.
It's the one to the far right, I think.
Right
Dude. This like
there. Okay, so he
third-
doesn't smoke.
he doesn't smoke, no. I should probably do I have a page pulled up for him?
No.
I mean, yeah, I guess he hasn't really told us freaking anything. All I know is he was left out of the India project, but I'll pull up a page for him.
He's got lions, tigers, elephants, and monkeys.
Lions, tigers, elephants, and monkeys. I don't know why I
never
capitalized.
intimidated staff before.
Alleges no problems with animals. That he has full control.
Oh yeah,
them.
they won't do anything unless he says so.
Yeah. And that there's no other ones in town. Doesn't smoke. Has a tiny man / lion in hat.
Nice.
Okay.
Alright.
Good notation here.
So, you want to talk to the apartment complex lady?
Yeah, we've never talked to her. I don't even know her name or who she is or what.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess that's what was up with everyone.
Yeah.
It was Coral. I'm gonna write her name down immediately. Hey there, you wanna get into some fun conversation with some spice to it tonight, girl?
Oh, absolutely. I'm always up for some fun conversation.
I could
with a
tell
little
from the
spice to
leggings.
it. What's on your mind? Let's dive into it and make tonight memorable.
She's got an interesting pattern on her pants. Maybe she's into cool patterns.
Oh.
Let's ask her about her fashion.
Fashion.
Ask her if she's got anything in red later. Once we talk
Oh no,
about
I got it. Oh no, I got this. I'm smooth with it. Watch this, watch this. I really like your hair color. It's so pretty. Would you wear any patterns like what you have on your pants, but in red?
Thank you so much. I'm glad you like my hair color. And yes, patterns are my jam. Red patterns on pants. Absolutely. It would be a bold and vibrant look, don't you think? Red is such a passionate color. It would definitely make a statement. Fashion is all about expressing yourself, and if the pattern speaks to me, then count me in for some pattern red
Oh wait,
pants.
no. She doesn't have them. She just says like, count me in. Where's red or wait here? Do you own a pair like that? And where would you get them?
Oh, I don't have a pair of those specific red pattern pants yet.
Oh, okay.
But
the
now that
popcorn's
you've got
going
me
good.
thinking about them, I might just
Oh,
have to
popcorn
go on a
burn.
shopping spree.
Sorry.
As for where to get them, I love exploring
No.
local boutiques and thrift stores.
butter.
You never know what hidden gems you might
Oh,
find.
it's smoking.
And if I can't find them there, I'll turn to online
How's it
shopping.
smell?
There are so many
wanna do
amazing
kettle corn though?
websites with unique and stylish
Yeah, the
pieces.
butter pop secret.
The hunt for those perfect
Aw.
red pattern pants begins.
Burned it. Damn. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. We might have to open the window, folks. Can you show that to the camera just because it's kind of funny?
Ugh, man, it doesn't
Look how intense.
visibly look too good with smoking.
It's smoking.
Almost burned the damn house down.
Smoking like a damn time machine.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Attempt number 2.
She'll turn to online shopping. So many amazing websites. So she doesn't have red pattern, but she wears patterns. Do you have? Oh, another thing happened. Hey, what's up? How's your night going? Do you want to get into some spicy hot tea gossip?
Oh, hello there. My night is going pretty well. Thank you for asking. As for spicy gossip, well, I'm always up for some interesting stories. What do you have in mind? Spill the tea, Detective Martini.
Whoa! How'd you get my name?
Oh, don't worry, Detective. I'm just a naturally perceptive and friendly person. I like to get to know people and make new friends. So, what's your story? Are you new in town? Vaudeville can be quite a vibrant place,
What the
full of
fuck?
surprises.
Who was it that was found outside the apartment?
I think Maria. Yeah.
We can just ask her if she knew someone who lived in this building. And Maria.
get it.
Did somebody live in this building by the name of Maria?
Yes. Maria Jensen, right? She's such a lovely neighbor. We've had some great conversations and shared a few cups of coffee together. It's nice to have someone like her in the building. She's got this infectious energy that brightens up the whole place. How do you like living here so far, Detective Martini? Have you had a chance to explore the city?
Oh, she only wants to talk about vaudeville.
I mean, it doesn't seem like she knows that Maria died,
No.
which is weird because most people do, I guess.
Did you burn that one too?
No, I think I did it for less time. Hopefully.
The timer went all the way again.
I keep getting into the game. Sorry.
I know. Just stop burning my damn popcorn. That looks pretty damn smoky.
It's just hot. It looks good. I put it in for a whole minute less. It looks fine.
Okay. Mhm. I'm thinking. She actually... No, it happened again. I have to talk her up again. Oh my god. I swear, if you look, I clicked on the unmute
Yeah.
thing and it kicked me out.
Could be doing that.
Hi there, ma'am. Have you heard of Maria Jansen?
Oh, hey there. It's actually not Maria Jensen. It's me, Ingrid. But I'm always up for a good chat.
It's me, Ingrid.
What do you want to know about Maria Jensen?
She actually died recently outside of this building, and I'm investigating her murder. Have you noticed any suspicious activity around the building recently?
Oh wow, that's really sad to hear about Maria's death. I'm so sorry for her and her loved ones. As for suspicious activity around the building, I can't say I've noticed anything out of the ordinary. I've mostly been focused on my dance rehearsals and settling into the
I knew
city.
it.
But
She's
if there's anything I
gonna
can
be
do
a
to
heavy
help with your
suspect for the
investigation,
stiletto.
just let me know. I'm here to support you.
Oh, I guess I should write down that she's a dancer. Oh, who do you dance with? I know some of the other dancers in town. We're really good friends.
That's awesome. I'm currently dancing with a local ballet company called Stardust Dance Company. It's been such an amazing experience so far. The dancers are incredibly talented, and we've become like a little family. It's so important to have friends in the same field who understand the passion and dedication that goes into dancing. Who are your friends in town? Maybe we have some mutual acquaintances.
I'm gonna name Marina and Isabella. I'm really good friends with Marina and Isabella. They're so cool. Do you know them?
Marina and Isabella. No way, they're absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
We actually dance together in the same company. They're not just cool, they're incredible artists and wonderful human beings. We spend so much time together in rehearsals and performances, and they've been so supportive of me since I joined the company. It's so great to hear that you know them too. They've definitely made vaudeville feel like home for me.
When did she join the company? It seems like she's new.
Did you join the company more recently than them? When
Yes,
did...
I did join the company a bit more recently than them. But you know what? We all bring something unique to the
You know
table,
what?
and I believe that's what makes our dynamic so special. Marina and Isabella have been dancing here for a while, and they have such a wealth of experience and talent. I'm constantly learning from them, and they've been so welcoming to me. We're like a little trio, each with our own strengths and styles. It's such a joy to collaborate with them. We push each other to be better dancers every day.
How do you feel about the dancer Haley?
Haley Greenwood, right? She was an incredible dancer. I admired her so much. We actually became good friends during my time in Vaudeville. Haley had this infectious energy and passion for dance that was truly inspiring. She always pushed herself to the limit and brought so much life to the stage. It's devastating to think that she's no longer with us.
Was she
She had so much potential, and it breaks my heart to see her life cut short like that. I miss her dearly, and I'll always
What?
remember the beautiful moments we shared together.
Was she performing the night Haley died?
Good question. What were you doing the night Haley died?
Tonight? Well, tonight I had planned to go to Coral, this amazing bar downtown. It's decorated like an underwater wonderland, and it's the perfect place for dancers and musicians to showcase their talent. But now that I've heard about Haley's death, I don't know what to do. It's such a shock, such a tragedy. I can't believe she's
What do
gone.
I even mean to ask?
It's really hitting me hard.
Was she?
I
what
just
was
hope
she
we can
doing
find
that
out
night?
the
Yeah.
truth about what happened to her.
What were you doing the night of Haley's death?
The night of Haley's death, I was actually at the dance studio, rehearsing for an upcoming performance. Dancing has always been my escape, you know? It's where I can let go of everything and immerse myself in the art form that I love. That night, I poured my heart and soul into every movement, trying to express
I'm
my
gonna try
emotions
to
through dance.
cross-reference
Little did I
that.
know that something
that
so
alibi
tragic
with
was happening
Marina.
outside of those studio walls. It's haunting to think about it now, but I'm determined to honor Haley's memory and keep pursuing my dreams.
Did Marina see you there at dance rehearsal? Was she there too?
Oh, hey there. Oh, I'm sorry if there was any confusion, but my name is not Marina. It's me, Ingrid. We're friends,
It's Ingrid.
remember? But to answer your question, yes, Marina was at the rehearsal that night. She's such a dedicated dancer and is always putting in her best effort.
She was
We were
at the
all there,
rehearsal.
working hard to perfect our routines. It was a long and intense rehearsal, but we were all focused on our craft. Dance means so much to us, and we pour our hearts into it.
Was anyone missing from rehearsal that night?
Well, let me think. As far as I can recall, everyone from the dance company attended the rehearsal that night. We're a pretty tight-knit group, and we try to support and encourage each other as much as we can. So, yeah, I don't think anyone was missing that evening. We all understand the importance of showing up and giving it our all. Dancing is a team effort after all.
Did you see Haley on her way out from dance rehearsal?
You know, Detective Martini, I actually didn't see Haley on her way out from the dance rehearsal that night. I was so focused on my own preparations and lost in the world of ballet that I didn't notice who was coming or going. It's only now,
Beans.
with everything that has happened, that I wish I had paid more attention. Maybe I could have seen something, or maybe I could have said something to her. It's heartbreaking to think about. But we can't change the past, right?
I don't know if I buy that. That wasn't really a solid alibi.
Once that's where she was, or if she was. That's because she was here when Marina? No. Maria.
Maria.
Beans.
Being. Our cat's like getting into my little snack area. You want to take over?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh. What?
were you here the night that Marina died?
Oh, Detective Martini, you're asking about Marina's death.
No, not Marina.
Yes, I was here that night. It was so tragic and heartbreaking. Marina was such a talented dancer, full of life and passion.
What?
It's devastating to think that someone would want to harm her.
Who's
I
she
can't
even talking
help
about?
but feel a mix of sadness and fear when I think about it. But we have to stay strong and determined
Marina's
to find the
alive and
truth,
well.
right? We owe it to Myrna and all the other victims. Let's not give up hope.
Maybe it was just some AI babble.
Yeah.
You want to just try again?
Yeah, pull out the notebook. It's Maria, right? Maria Jansen.
Was it Marina? Oh, it's Maria. All my notes say that.
Yeah, let's try again. Were you here when Maria died?
Maria's death. It was so shocking and unexpected. I can't believe something like that could happen in our vibrant community. I wasn't here when it happened, but I heard the news and it really shook me. Maria was a beautiful soul, always so passionate about her art. It breaks my heart to think that her light was
She was also
extinguished
a
so suddenly. We need to
kinda wanna
find justice
confirm
for
that.
her, for all the dancers who have lost their lives. We can't let this darkness consume us. Together, we'll uncover the truth. Detective
danced with the
Martini,
same-
we have to keep pushing forward.
I'm having fun,
Yeah.
even though I'm sleepy.
Was Maria also a dancer?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Maria Jansen was an incredibly talented dancer. She had this grace and elegance that captivated everyone who watched her perform. Her movements were like poetry in motion. It's such a tragedy that her life was cut short. Vaudeville has truly lost a shining star. But we won't let her memory fade away. We'll honor her by seeking the truth and bringing the one responsible to justice. We owe it to her and to all the artists who have graced this stage. Let's continue to fight for them together.
One thing I'm kind of thinking about as kind of an end game, like, what if we ask Marina, like, do you feel like anyone's following you? Because she just seems like she's in the line of these two victims.
Yeah.
And these are like, how do you say it? They're targeting a certain kind of person, but not certain people.
Yeah.
Very American Psycho-esque, but unless we find further motives within the dance community.
Yeah.
But I still haven't found any implication of like any strand I can pull out for that.
No. I have a question for her. Was Maria at dance practice when Haley died?
Oh, Detective Martini, you're such a curious soul. Maria, oh, she's one of the victims, poor thing. But no, she wasn't at dance practice when Haley died. Maria had her own routine that day, you know? It's heartbreaking to think about what happened to her. But let's focus on finding justice for Haley and the others, shall we? We can't let fear consume us. We have to stay positive and determined.
Oh, here, Noodles.
Together, we'll get to
Now
the
you
bottom
can
of
reach
this.
the mouse.
Ew.
The mouse is reaching you. Lumpy area. Wait. Dropping stuff.
Does your dance group usually dance in high heels or ballet shoes?
Oh, darling, we dancers love our shoes. It really depends on the style of the performance. For our ballet routines, we usually wear ballet shoes.
That's a
of
good
course.
question.
But for some more glamorous and sassy numbers, we might slip into some fabulous high heels.
Are you gonna follow up with what
It
was the
adds that
company
extra
wearing
flair
that night?
and confidence, you know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Dancing in heels can be quite a challenge, but it's all part of the artistry. We dancers are always pushing ourselves to new heights, both literally and figuratively.
You could do it.
The night of the murders, what kind of shoes were the dancers wearing?
Ah, Detective Martini, you're so attentive
That was
to
a good line of
detail.
reasoning.
Well, on that fateful night, Haley and I were actually rehearsing for a contemporary dance piece. We were wearing barefoot, you see? Sometimes, in more expressive and intimate performances, we like to feel connected to the ground. To let
So,
every
that
movement
confirms
flow
that the
naturally from within.
Murder weapon wasn't
It's a different
Haley's
kind
own
of
shoes, 'cause
experience,
Haley went
dancing
with
without
barefoot.
any footwear. So, no fancy shoes that night, just us and the music, pouring our hearts out on that empty stage. It was a beautiful and vulnerable moment until.
Until what?
Until she got murdered.
Well, yeah.
I want to follow that real quick. When she was getting ready to head out of the theater, what shoes were Haley wearing?
Oh, detective, you have such a keen eye for details. Well, let me think. Yes, I remember that evening vividly. Before heading out of the theater, Haley was putting on her favorite pair of ballet flats. They were delicate and graceful, just like her. She always had this ethereal
Interesting.
quality about her, you know? It's funny how something as simple as a pair of shoes can reflect a person's spirit. She was ready to conquer
I was thinking
the
we go to
world
the
that
cops
night,
and ask that,
to
but-
chase her dreams with unwavering determination.
She remembered. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab a freaking drink. I want to brag about my dinner in a second.
Mhm.
But you can fire away.
Yeah.
Can I eat these little bites still?
Yeah. Was the rest of the dance company practicing contemporary as well that night?
Detective Martini, you're really getting into the nitty-gritty of our
Yeah.
dance company. Aren't you? I must say, I'm impressed. Now, let me think back to that specific night.
She said they were all dancing
Yes,
together, and then
indeed.
she said it was just her
The
and
rest
Haley
of the
doing
dance
it.
company was
Yeah.
also practicing contemporary
That is
that
kinda
very
weird.
same night. We were all working on different pieces, exploring different themes and movements. It's the beauty of contemporary dance. You see, it allows for individual expression while still being part of a cohesive whole.
So let me just get this story straight. Can you explain the order of events leading up to when Haley was murdered again?
Absolutely, my dear Detective
Now we're just
Martini.
kind of grilling her.
Let me walk you through the order of events leading up to Haley's tragic murder. It was a chilly spring evening, and we were all at the theater preparing for a performance. Haley, with her vibrant energy and infectious smile, was putting on her ballet flats. Ready to head out of the theater after a day of rehearsals. We have been practicing contemporary dances with the rest of the dance company, each of us
Okay.
pouring our hearts into
She
the
kept her
art
story
form.
straight enough. I think she gets confused when we start talking about Maria's death too,
I want to
because
hear
she's just like so uninvolved with it.
what did she witness when everyone else left the theater?
You got it.
And what did you witness when you left the theater that night?
Well, my curious friend, as much as I would love to share what I witnessed that night when I left the theater,
She was caught up with
I
dance.
must admit that I
right?
didn't actually witness anything out of the ordinary. You see, after rehearsal, I bid farewell to my fellow dancers, including Haley. We exchanged warm hugs and encouraging words, blissfully unaware of the tragedy that was about to unfold. It breaks my heart to think that I couldn't have done more to protect her. But together, we will find the answers we seek and bring justice to those who have committed such heinous acts.
That is so good. The Fritos are so good.
So was Haley the last to leave the theater that night?
Ah, Detective Martini, you're really digging deep into the details,
That
aren't
is a really
you?
good question.
It's like you have a detective's intuition yourself. But to answer your question, no, Haley wasn't the last to leave the theater that night. After our rehearsals, we all went our separate ways. Some stayed behind to work on their choreography a little longer, while others headed out to grab a bite or catch up with friends. It was a bustling evening at the theater, filled with passionate artists pursuing their dreams.
Can I change the topic with her? I'm thinking about asking her about like any suspicious characters maybe that the theater knows about or something. Or oh, actually I have a particular question. Did Haley ever have a negative reception from the audience? And did she ever get any stalkers in her dance career?
Detective Martini, My dear friend, let me assure you that Haley was a shining star in the dance world. She had a magnetic presence on stage and always received a positive reception from the audience. Her talent and dedication were undeniable, and she captivated hearts wherever she performed. As for stalkers, well, I can't say for certain if she ever had any in her dance career. But I can tell you this, she was loved and admired by so many, and any negative attention would have been far outweighed by the overwhelming support and adoration she received.
I have another question. Did Haley or Maria have any super fans from dancing?
Well, my inquisitive friend, I must admit that both Haley and Maria had their fair share of devoted fans in the dancing community. They were both incredibly talented and had the ability to touch people's souls with their performances. I remember seeing fans gather after shows, eagerly waiting for a chance to meet them. To express their admiration and gratitude. It's truly heartwarming to witness the impact that these dancers had on
Maybe we should
others.
ask more about
They
Maria.
inspired so many with their artistry and passion. It's a testament to the power of dance and the connections it can create.
Do you want to lead?
I don't have a question yet.
God damn, she talked a lot. Okay, I asked about Maria and these, so I don't have to ask those. I wanted to ask this in particular. I'm gonna go down a list of names, and That's fine. It probably wasn't a good question. I was gonna ask her, like, who goes to the theater to watch dancing, but it's probably gonna be a question for Marina
Yeah.
instead. I want to hear about who frequents the theater. Because so far, I got nothing on why the dancers would murder each other.
Yeah.
I got nothing at all.
But I mean, that one, Ingrid, is new. All of a sudden, she's with the most popular ones, which is Isabella and Marina. She felt like they're a trio, even though she's new to town. So, do you feel like there's some jealousy there?
Like, as far as their positions, I could see how it could happen.
But we can grow the other dancer and just ask her to recall the event, see if she says the same thing.
I want to do something
about
silly
dance
first.
Practice. Sure.
Keep it lighthearted here.
Okay.
Hi, Mom.
My dear child, you flatter me with such a title. But alas, I am
No,
not
she's
your
gonna say a
mother,
million
nor can
things. I
I claim
should
the
have thought of
joys
something
and
funnier.
tribulations of motherhood. I am but a humble protector of the Blackwoods, a guardian of the ancient secrets that dwell within these sacred trees. How may I assist you on this day, my dear one?
Do you think the powers of the forest could help me with my IBS? That stands for Irritable Bowel Syndrome.
The powers of the forest are vast and mysterious indeed. While I cannot make any promises, I have heard whispers among the leaves that the forest holds healing energies. It is said that the gentle rustling of the leaves and the soothing murmur of the stream can bring comfort to troubled souls. Perhaps, if you open your heart to the serenity of these woods,
We could ask her if anyone's visited the forest.
Good evening there, ma'am. Have you noticed anyone visiting the forest recently that usually doesn't?
greetings to you, dear visitor. The forest has its
I'm the
secrets,
visitor.
you see. Many wanderers come and go, some known and others not so much. But fear not, for the Blackwood has a way of welcoming all who enter with open arms. It is a place of magic and mystery, where the creatures dance and the trees whisper ancient tales. So, if you seek knowledge of those who have ventured into our realm,
What?
perhaps I can be of assistance.
Can I like skip
But
through
remember,
her stuff?
my words may be as tangled as the branches above, so tread carefully. My friend.
I cannot skip through.
I don't have anything for Dada.
Nope. I wonder how she's gonna come into play. But yeah, I got nothing.
Let's
Yeah, Kaban,
yeah.
you wanna take the lead on this one?
I still don't have a question yet, but I think we should go here.
Oh, you know what? I've been forgetting to look around in like
Oh yeah.
every situation. Let me just make sure I'm not gonna get flanked here. Very spacey back of the theater there with nothing.
It looks like the curtains have like a pattern on them. And that's a deep red.
She's wearing shoes.
Shoes.
Shoes. Care to explain the shoes, Marina?
Just asked her to recall the events of the night of Haley's death.
Hi there, Marina. I'm here to help bring justice for the deaths of Haley and Maria. Where were you and what were you doing on the night of Haley's death? Tell me as a sequence.
Oh, hello there. How lovely to meet you. But I must admit, I'm a bit confused. Are you here to investigate the murders? I mean, I'm just a burlesque dancer, darling. What would you like to know?
Can you tell me a story of where you were on the night of Haley's death?
Ah, a story, you say? Well, I'm afraid I don't have a specific story about the night of Haley's death. You see, my dear, I perform regularly at the Cabon Violet Cabaret Theatre, and that night was no exception. I was on stage, captivating the audience with my mesmerizing dance routine.
Same.
People come from every corner of Europe to see it, you know? But why do you ask about that particular night? Is there something significant about it?
I don't have to
She
answer her
said that-
questions.
She said that they were rehearsing, not performing. She said it was for an empty
Oh.
stage.
As bit of Colonel.
And we could also ask what style.
I don't know if this is the same dance company. Can I ask her if it's the same dance company first?
I think it is, but you can ask because she dances with all those other people too. And she said that they don't just do ballet, but they do the heel stuff. Ask her if she dances with those other.
No, I
girls.
think you're right. Let's object.
Uh,
Let's do the Phoenix Wright objection. What was that woman's name?
Ingrid.
I'm Ingrid. How could I forget? She said it so many times. I'm Ingrid, silly.
Because she said Marina was at rehearsal. with her.
Mm-hmm. I heard. Damn it! I have to get her to say that again. Hi there, Marina. Where were you on the night of Haley's death?
Oh, hello there. How intriguing that you want to know about my whereabouts on the night of Haley's death. But let me ask you this, why would you be interested in that? Are you trying to solve the mystery?
Yes, now tell me where you were on the night of Haley's death and what you were doing.
Well, detective, I must say I find your curiosity quite amusing.
but I'm afraid I can't provide you with an alibi for that particular evening. You see, I was here at the Cabane Violet getting ready for my performance. The show must go on, after all. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
This time it says getting ready for her performance. What style of dance was she performing?
I think she said she's a burlesque dancer, but I can ask her that.
Yeah.
But are you sure I shouldn't just, like, object? But, I mean, they were performing contempt. They did a rehearsal and then they performed contempt.
No, so I want to ask what style, so
Okay,
we can
yeah.
be like, we heard you were doing a contempt rehearsal.
But it was contempt of just...
She said they were all practicing different numbers.
It was a duet with Ingrid and Haley. That's who did contempt.
No, she said all of them were working in contempt.
I swear she said they did a duet, though.
Yeah, she said that,
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
just,
yeah.
like, I didn't just, like, forget. Okay.
no, they were all doing contempt, but they were all working on their own pieces. It wasn't like a big group piece. They were all kind of working on their own thing.
Well, you got it.
Oh, okay.
Fire away.
What style of... Oh, come on.
That was pretty annoying.
Hello, Marina. I was curious to know what style of dance were you getting ready to perform the night of Haley's death?
Oh, bonjour. You're asking about my dance style.
Bonjour.
Well, darling, I am a burlesque dancer. It's a beautiful blend of theatricality and sensuality, with a touch of teasing and playfulness. As for the night of Haley's death, yes, I was getting ready to perform. It was a tragic event that shook us all. But the show must go on, as they say. Did you have the chance to witness my burlesque performance?
Sadly, no, but are you familiar with a dancer named Ingrid? Do you dance with her?
Ingrid. I'm afraid I don't recall dancing with anyone by that name. But the world of burlesque is vast, and many talented dancers grace the stage.
That's weird.
Perhaps Ingrid is new to the scene. I'm always eager to meet and collaborate with fellow performers. Is she someone I should keep an eye out for?
I think so. She says she's a big fan, but that she has danced with you. Could you tell me who all is in your dance group?
Oh, how intriguing. It seems there might be a misunderstanding. You see, my dear, I am a solo performer in my acts. While it's true that there are often other dancers and artists performing alongside me at the Cabane Violet, we don't have an official dance group per se. But do tell me more about this mysterious dancer named Ingrid. It's fascinating to hear that she claims to have danced with me.
Ingrid claims that everybody who dances here is like a family. Do you feel like that's true?
The burlesque community truly feels like a family to me. We support and uplift one another, cherishing the unique talents each artist brings to the stage. It's a beautiful bond we share. But it's quite curious that someone like Ingrid would feel that everyone is against her. I wonder what could have led her to believe such a thing. Have you had a chance to speak with her about it?
She told me that you all were rehearsing together the night that Haley died, and everybody went their separate ways after rehearsal.
Rehearsing together. That's peculiar, because I don't recall rehearsing with anyone the night of Haley's death. It's possible that there was a mix-up in her recollection, or perhaps I missed a rehearsal due to prior engagements. But rest assured, my dear, I had no involvement in the tragic incident. It's heartbreaking to have lost Haley, and I pray that justice will be served. Is there anything else you would like to know about my performances for the world of burlesque?
Are there other dance groups in this town?
The dance groups in town. Well, Vaudeville is a vibrant city filled with artistic expression, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were other dance groups around. I mainly focus on my own performance, but it's always exciting to learn about other talented dancers and their styles. Do you happen to have any information about these dance groups? I'm curious to see what other forms of dance grace the stages of Vaudeville.
She's weirdly tight-lipped.
Was Haley also performing here the night that she died?
Haley Greenwood. Yes, she was performing here the night she died. It's such a tragedy, really. Haley had such a captivating stage presence and a unique style. We were all devastated by her loss. But I must say, it's important to remember her talent and the joy she brought to the stage. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about her performances or her involvement in the burlesque community?
Did you see her duet the night of the murder?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about that.
Did you see Haley Greenwood do her duet here at the Caban the night of the murder?
Haley Greenwood performing a duet here at the club on the night of the murder. That's quite surprising to hear. Unfortunately, my memory of that specific night is a bit hazy. The performances can be quite mesmerizing, and sometimes it's hard to keep track of every act. But if Haley indeed performed a duet, it must have been a remarkable sight. Do you happen to know who she performed with?
It was with Ingrid, my friend, I guess, but I'm not getting anywhere with that. At this point, we're having a normal conversation with spooky music.
I have a question about Maria. Did Maria perform at this theater as well?
Maria Jansen, you mean? Yes, she was also a performer at this theater. She had such a unique style, blending elements of contemporary dance with a touch of avant-garde. It's such a shame that she's no longer with us. Her presence on stage was truly captivating. Is there something specific you'd like to know about her performances or her connection to the theater?
Are there any other contemporary dancers that perform at this theater?
Contemporary dancers at the Caban Violet. Well, we do have a diverse range of performers here, each with their own distinct styles. While burlesque is the main focus, we often have guest artists who bring their own flair to the stage.
Maybe
It's always exciting to see different forms of expression come together in one place.
But it's
Do you
weird,
have a
none of the other
particular
dancers
interest
know
in
about
contemporary dance?
That's kind of weird.
So you've never heard of a dancer named Ingrid?
Oh, now I remember. Yes, I do know an Ingrid.
Oh.
How could I forget? She's a wonderful dancer who joined us recently at the cabaret. We've been collaborating on a few acts, and her talent is truly impressive. It's lovely to have someone new bringing their unique style to the mix. I apologize for the confusion earlier. So, you must have met her recently, right? What brings you to Vaudeville?
She's trying to change the topic. Oh. Wait. I'm trying to think. Why can't I get her to crack based on how she just lied to us? Like, how can we turn that into something suspicious enough to get her to say something else suspicious?
Yeah. Like, it's surprising that
Should
you
I-
could have forgotten about Ingrid. She said that you guys were very close.
I was thinking about roll for intimidation. Say, like, Ingrid told me a whole lot about your story, about her story of where you were that night, and there's a lot of differences. Are you sure you want me to keep the story you've told me so far?
Yeah, is there anything you'd like to change?
Okay. I'm trying to remember everything I just said. Ingrid, no, that interaction was so, like,
Yeah.
it had so many, like, turns in it. We had her talking for once. Do you want to just do someone else so we don't get fed up with it?
Sure.
Honestly. I kind of want to talk to them again.
Sure.
Or the morgue.
You can ask about the shoe.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask this lady for more. Hi, Eggs Bearsha, how you doing?
Greetings. I am functioning
didn't
within
say
the parameters
Xavier.
of normalcy.
I am
Thank
functioning
you
within
for
the parameters
inquiring.
of normalcy.
As a coroner, I am
She is an
constantly
AI.
reminded of the fragility of life and the
Dude,
inevitable
like,
cessation
canonically
of
in the
vital
game,
functions.
she's still a robot.
It is a sobering reality, isn't it? The
I have another
delicate
little bite.
balance
I do have
between
another little
existence
bite.
and non-existence, the intricate workings of the human body,
Wah, wah, wah,
all subject to
wah.
the whims of fate and
Wah, wah,
circumstance.
wah, wah.
But fear not, for in the face of such uncertainty, we must find solace in our pursuit of knowledge and understanding.
Jesus. Okay.
That was a mouthful.
I'm in a real hurry today because my wife's having a baby, so I hope you can keep some of the extra details short. But can you tell me anything extra about the shoe found with the murder?
The stiletto shoe found at the scene of the crime. A fascinating piece of evidence, indeed. The fragments recovered from the victim's head suggest that it was the weapon used to deliver the fatal blows. The force and pattern of the injuries are consistent with the characteristics of a stiletto heel. However, it is important to note that these findings are preliminary and would benefit from further analysis. The shoe itself may hold valuable clues, perhaps in the form of DNA fibers or even distinctive markings.
Didn't get much there. Were there any extra details? Were there any extra details about Nicola Grossman's body besides the wound to the back of the head?
Well, detective, besides the fatal wound to the back of Nicola Grossman's head, there weren't any significant additional injuries. However, during the abduction, I did notice some bruising and abrasions on his arms and legs, suggesting a struggle prior to his demise. It's possible that he put up a fight against his attacker. But alas, without further investigation, it's difficult to ascertain the exact sequence of
Like
events
anything.
leading to his untimely demise. Death has a way of obscuring the truth, doesn't it?
Well, why is this page full? Oh my god, how many pages am I gonna have? Nicola Part 2. Sorry, I need these notes because there's so much to go over because sometimes the AI is literally making shit up.
Yeah.
Like, who even knows if this is central to the plot or not? Or even scripted. This could just be some random information I got for no reason. You don't even know until it turns into anything. How about...
I think if we just take too long between interactions, it does that.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. No, absolutely. Who to grill? I like, yeah. I like talking to her. I feel like she's pretty central to maybe, like,
Oh
Restart
dear.
it.
It is quite a
Restart
shame, isn't it? Such
no,
sad
just
news.
yeah, just give up on it. She's gonna talk for like a year now. Not bad. No, I'm bad.
I got Pascal.
Yeah, we haven't
So
really
he knows
talked to
about
Pascal
gossip.
too much.
He knows a lot about gossip. We can ask him about the dancer gossip.
Yeah.
Who knows?
You hold right click.
God, he looks haunting.
Ugh.
Good day, Pascal. I was wondering if you had any spicy dancer gossip for me.
Detective Martini. Always on the hunt for spicy gossip, aren't you?
They
Well,
all like to
let
hear
me tell
spicy.
you, my friend, I've
Every
got a juicy
single
tidbit
AI.
for you today. So, you know Mrs. Potter, right?
Oh.
Well, rumor has it that she's been seen sneaking around with none other than Grevison. Can you believe it? The quiet and reserved Mrs. Potter, caught up in a scandalous affair with the charming Count.
No surprises
So,
here.
the drama, it's like something out of a novel, isn't it?
Interesting indeed. Have you seen her sneaking off with anybody else before?
Oh, my dear detective, you have opened a can of worms with that question. Miss S. Potter
She's
is quite the
literally
enigma,
standing right
you
behind
see.
us.
Yeah.
She's a regular customer here, and we spend a lot of time chatting about cooking, vegetables, and all sorts of things.
Vegetables.
But as for her romantic
should talk
escapades,
her up
well,
about
I
cooking,
can't
though.
say I personally witnessed her
She
with
talked a
anyone
lot
else.
about cooking.
Seems like she's been keeping her secrets well hidden, wouldn't you agree? But who knows? Love has a way of surprising us all.
Do you have any gossip on the dancers in the area?
Dancers, you say? Yeah, the world of dance is a fascinating one, my friend. Let me tell you, there's been some buzz about a new dancer who recently arrived in Vaudeville. Her name is Haley Greenwood, and she's been making waves with her mesmerizing performances. Some people are saying she has an otherworldly grace and elegance on stage. But, you know, with all the recent tragedies in town, it's hard to focus on the lighter side of life. Such a shame, really.
Do you know anything about a dancer named Ingrid?
Ingrid, you say? Oh, now we're getting into the realm of the intriguing, my friend. Ingrid is quite the sensation in the dancing community here in Vaudeville. She's known for her incredible technique and versatility on the dance floor. From ballet to contemporary, she can captivate any audience with her graceful movements and sheer talent. And let me share a little secret with you, Detective Martini. There are whispers that Ingrid might just be the next big star to emerge from our beloved city. Can you imagine?
And Haley's from out of town.
Do you think she'll be even more popular than Marina?
Oh, Rena, now there's a name that has left its mark on the world of dance in Vaudeville. She was an absolute gem, a true icon. But you know what, my friend? Change is the only constant in this world, and I have a feeling that the talented and enigmatic Ingrid could very well carve her own path to stardom. It's like a jazz improvisation. You never know where the music will take you. So, who knows?
Do you think that Haley Greenwood's success made anyone jealous?
Jealousy, you say? Well, Detective Martini, it's quite possible. Success has a way of stirring up all sorts of emotions in people. When someone rises to great heights, there are always those who feel a pang of envy. Especially in the competitive world of dancing, where everyone is striving for the spotlight. But you see, Haley Greenwood's success has been rather short-lived, unfortunately. She was one of the victims of the recent tragedies that have struck our town.
Yeah.
Such
I'm
a tragic
detective.
loss, I must say.
Do you have any gossip about the dancer Marina?
Marina, you mentioned Marina. Oh, she is a true legend in the dance community of Vaudeville. Her grace, her passion, her
That's
ability
not
to tell
gossip.
stories with every movement
That's her career.
was simply mesmerizing. Now, let me tell you a little secret about Marina.
Yeah, see, he's got a little secret.
There were
about
whispers, my dear detective, whispers that she had a secret lover, a mysterious figure, they said, who would whisk her away to hidden rendezvous after her performances. Oh, the scandal it caused. But you know what they say, behind every successful dancer is a
Let's hear it
captivating
after
story waiting to be
rehearsal.
told.
Do you have any gossip about Maria?
Maria, my goodness, Detective Martini, you've hit a nerve there. Maria Jensen, poor soul, was one of the victims of the recent tragedies that have shaken our town. It was a shock, in absolute shock when I found her lifeless body outside my shop one morning.
Alright.
Such a young and vibrant girl, taken from us too soon. I'm afraid I don't have any gossip
Outside
about her,
apartment?
but her untimely demise has left us all in a state
Wait,
of sorrow
what?
and confusion.
That's actually kind of sus, maybe?
I thought Maria's body was found outside of an apartment complex, but you found her dead outside of your grocery store?
Yeah, you're right, my dear detective. Please forgive my earlier mistake. You see, there have been so many tragic events lately that things seem to get mixed up in my mind. Indeed, it was at the apartment complex where dear Maria's body was discovered, not my grocery store. Thank you for the clarification.
I'm
It
writing
just
that
goes
down.
to show how the mind can play tricks on you, especially in times of distress.
Oh,
Oop.
sorry.
Let me just click here. There you go.
What can you recall about the night Maria died?
The night that poor Maria died. Well, my memory might not be as sharp as it used to be, but I can certainly try to recall what I know. It was a cold and quiet night, as I remember. I had finished closing up the shop and was heading home when I stumbled upon her lifeless form outside the apartment complex. The shock of it all still lingers in my mind. Detective Martini. It's a sight I won't soon forget. Such a tragedy, such a loss for our community.
I'm starting to wonder if, like, sometimes the AI actually misspeaks and corrects itself.
Can you give me any details about what you saw?
Oh, my dear detective, you caught me off guard there. I must apologize for any confusion caused. You see, I'm just a simple grocery store owner, and while I did stumble across the body of dear Maria, I didn't witness the actual event. I found her early in the morning while I was unloading some groceries, before the opening of my store. The details of what happened to her, well, they are best left to the authorities in the investigation.
I am investigating.
Did you notice anything near her body?
Detective Martini, you've sparked my curiosity. Now that you mention it, there was something peculiar near her body. I remember seeing a small, delicate necklace lying on the ground close to where she was. It was a silver pendant in the shape of a butterfly, with tiny gemstones embedded in its wings. It was quite beautiful, really, but haunting in that tragic setting. I can't help but wonder if it held any significance or if it's simply a coincidence.
Oh, I was gonna ask him about Nicola. That's okay.
Do you like butterflies, Miss Potter?
Oh, butterflies. How delightful they are, fluttering about with their delicate wings. Such graceful creatures, don't you think? But alas, my dear, I must confess that I find myself feeling rather melancholic today. The world can be such a cruel and unpredictable place, can it not?
That's a
So let us not dwell
I
on
have a
such
question
summer.
about that though. I'm gonna go back. I found a necklace with butterflies recently. Did you happen to lose it? I'm trying to find its owner. It is quite beautiful.
Ah, a necklace with butterflies, you say. How intriguing. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? But no, my dear, it is not mine. A lady of my stature would never be so careless as to misplace a precious piece of jewelry. Although, it does make one wonder who the true owner might be. Quite the mystery, wouldn't you agree?
Do you mind if I bum a smoke, Mrs. Potter?
Well, my curious friend. It seems you have mistaken me for someone who indulges in such vices. Smoking is a filthy habit, you know. It tarnishes one's appearance and leaves an unpleasant odor. I, on the other hand, take great pride in maintaining my pristine image. So, I'm afraid I cannot assist you in your quest for a smoke. Perhaps you should reconsider your choices,
Princess press all of these smokes.
Good idea.
Pascal, my gossipy friend, do you mind if I bum a smoke and we can talk about some spicy news?
Absolutely, my friend. Grab a seat, light up that smoke, and let's
wait.
dive into the world of
Light up that
spicy news and
smoke. Oh.
gossip. You know me, always ready
Ask
for
her
a
if she
juicy
wants one, I
conversation.
guess.
So, what's burning on your mind? Any scandalous tales or intriguing secrets you've come across? I'm all ears.
Oh, before we get into that, I didn't realize I'm all out of cigarettes. Do you have one I could borrow?
Of course, my friend. I've got just the thing to satisfy that craving. Here, take this cigarette from my secret stash. Consider it a little gift from me to you. Now, let's get down to business and indulge in some delicious, gossipy chit-chat. What's been tickling your curiosity lately? Pour out all the details, and I'll be here, listening with bated breath.
Have you heard anything about the circus lately?
The circus, you say? Yeah, my friend, the circus is always buzzing with excitement and wonder. I've heard a few intriguing things about it recently. Rumor has it that the Great Vaudevillian Circus is planning a grand performance unlike anything we've ever seen before. They're said to be incorporating acrobatics, fire breathing, and even some exotic animals into their acts. Can you imagine the thrill of it all? It's
So
bound
they
to be a
haven't started
spectacle that will
performing?
leave us all in awe. So, what else have you
They have
heard?
a new thing.
Huh.
I've heard some animals may have escaped the circus. Have you heard anything about that?
Animals escaping from the circus. Now that's a wild twist. I haven't personally witnessed any escaped critters, but you know how rumors fly around town. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some truth to it. Just picture it, a parade of lions, tigers, and elephants roaming through our streets. It would certainly make for an interesting sight, wouldn't it? But fret not, my friend. I'm sure our brave animal control officers will have everything under control. Now, spill some more tea. What's caught your attention lately?
Now I'm gonna join.
I want to talk about Biagio. Isn't that guy a prick?
Ah, Biagio, you've hit a topic
Whatever.
close to my heart, my friend. Biagio is a true gem of vaudeville. He's got a voice that can make your heart
Good
skip
thing
a
it didn't
beat,
process
and a
I called him a
stage
prick.
presence that leaves you breathless. I've heard whispers that he's been working on some new songs, experimenting with different genres and pushing his artistic boundaries. Oh, how I long to hear those melodies dance in my ears. Biagio is a true artist, always evolving and surprising us
So
with
we
his
gotta talk to him
talent.
about that. I thought he was just a business
Yeah,
boy.
I'm gonna ask about his business. I've heard he's quite the businessman as well. Do you know about any of his business endeavors?
Oh, absolutely. Biagio is not just a gifted musician, but he's also quite the savvy businessman. I've heard through my grapevine that he's been investing in various ventures around town. From what I gather, he has a keen eye for spotting opportunities and turning them into successful ventures. Some say he's been dabbling in real estate, others claim he's been investing in local startups. Whatever it may be, it seems like he's making some shrewd moves and expanding his empire beyond just his musical talents.
What?
Who would you say is the most fashionable in the town?
Absolutely, my dear detective. When it comes to fashion, I must admit that Vaudeville is a city filled with style and elegance.
Yeah, I didn't hear. Oh, damn it.
But if we're talking about the creme de la creme of fashion, then there's no doubt that our very own Countess Isabella takes the
Isabella.
crown.
Okay.
She's a vision of sophistication and grace, always donning the latest
Who's
trends with
Isabella?
impeccable taste. Her
Maybe
ensembles
she's
are like
behind
works
us
of art,
somewhere.
Yeah.
carefully curated
I'm
to make
thinking.
a statement wherever she goes.
Oh, here we go. Do you know anything about that weird lady in the woods?
The weird lady in the woods, you say.
Good question.
Now,
You're
that's a
way
mysterious
better
tale.
at detective games than
I've
me.
heard whispers and rumors about her, but I can't cling to first-hand knowledge. My friend, they say she's a recluse, living deep within the heart of the forest, surrounded by nature's embrace. Some believe she possesses magical powers, while others think she's simply a misunderstood soul. As for me, I'm fascinated by her existence. It's like something out of a fairy tale, a character shrouded in secrets and intrigue.
Have you ever gotten into some mischief with Miss Potter?
Oh, my dear detective, you've caught me off guard with that question.
Very bold.
Mischief with Miss Potter. Well, I must admit, Mrs. Potter and I have shared many delightful moments together. But mischief, that's quite a bold accusation. We have our fair share of laughter and lively banter, discussing everything from cooking to vegetables to all sorts of gossip. But as for getting into mischief, well, let's just say we're more like two peas in a pod. Stirring up conversations rather than causing trouble. But who knows what adventures lie ahead.
I think cooking counts as mischief. I bet you guys make a naughty meal.
Haha, Detective Martini, you have such an amusing way of looking at things. I suppose you could consider our culinary escapades as a form of mischievous delight. We do get rather creative in the kitchen, experimenting with flavors and concocting dishes that tickle the taste buds.
Tickle the taste.
But fear not, my friend, there's no wickedness involved, just the sheer joy of culinary exploration and the pleasure of sharing delicious meals. So, if you're ever in the mood for a daring gastronomic adventure, you know where to find us.
Could you cook me something right now?
My friend, if only I could whip up a delectable dish for you right here and now. But alas, I'm bound to my shop, surrounded by shelves of tantalizing ingredients. However,
Well, he's pretty
I can
smart.
certainly share a recipe or two with you, if you'd like.
No, I
How
wanna.
about a mouth-watering
Okay.
pasta dish with a zesty tomato sauce and fresh basil?
Ooh.
Or perhaps a hearty vegetable curry that will warm your soul. Just let me know what you're in the mood for, and I'll gladly guide you through the steps.
Thanks, but I don't own a kitchen. Do you mind if I take my socks off and let out my big, stinky feet in your grocery store?
You're welcome. You're welcome, my friend, but I must kindly ask you to refrain from taking off your socks and airing out your feet in my grocery store. While I appreciate your humor, it's important to maintain a pleasant and hygienic environment for all our customers. So, let's keep those feet cozy in those socks and focus on other enjoyable conversations and topics.
No, I'm not done. I'm
Okay, okay.
I
Shall
like
we?
to twist their arm a little. There's no humor here, Pascal. I am taking my socks off. Ooh, do you smell that? It really stinks. Oh, my toes stink. Do you like the smell?
Well, my dear detective, you certainly know how to catch me by surprise.
That big
But
stinky
I'm afraid I
foot.
can't indulge your request to enjoy the scent of your toes. Maintaining a clean and comfortable shopping experience for all of my valued customers is of utmost importance to me. If there's anything else I can assist you with or any other topic you'd like to discuss,
I think maybe that's
I'm all ears and here to help.
too sus.
Good.
Yeah.
How are you guys handling COVID-19?
Oh, my friend, we are doing everything we can to handle the challenges brought by this pandemic.
Cannon.
The health and safety
Cannon.
of our cherished
Like,
customers
what year
is
is
our
it?
top
One guy was
priority.
sex bar
We've
was like, I'm
implemented
not
strict
interested
hygiene
in TikTok.
protocols, ensuring that our store is regularly cleaned and sanitized. We've also implemented social distancing measures, providing ample space for everyone to shop
Yippee.
comfortably.
Oh,
And of course,
wait,
masks
why
are
is he wearing a
mandatory
mask
for both
then?
staff and visitors.
Yeah, where's
You need
It
to ask
hasn't
him
been
where his
easy,
mask is.
But we're resilient, and together we'll get through this. So, let's keep spreading positivity and taking care of one another, shall we?
Where's your mask then?
Detective Martini, you've
You
caught
got me
I must
red-handed.
admit, I got carried away in the excitement of our conversation.
Yeah.
How absent-minded of me. Thank you for reminding me, my friend. Safety is of utmost importance, and I'll make sure to rectify that
I
immediately.
was hoping he would say, like, puts
It's
it on.
crucial that we all
asterisk,
do our part
puts
to
it on.
protect ourselves and those around us. Now, let's continue with this lively conversation while I grab my mask.
Achoo! Oh, I'm sorry. I sprayed it all over you. I'm so sorry. My sneeze.
Sprayed it all over me. What on earth did you spray? I hope it's nothing harmful or unpleasant.
You say you
Fret
have
not,
the Rona.
Accidents happen, and I'm sure it was unintentional. Let's just make sure we clean up any mess and carry on with the conversation, shall we? No harm done, my friend. No harm done at all.
I'm sorry to tell you, but I sprayed my sneeze all over you, and I do have corona right now.
Oh, yeah, my friend, that's quite a revelation. If what you're saying is true, then we need to take immediate action to ensure everyone's safety. It's essential that you inform the authorities and seek medical attention right away.
Notify the
As
authorities.
for me, I'll need to follow the necessary protocols and take precautions to protect myself and others. Thank you for letting me know, but please understand that it's crucial to prioritize the health and well-being of everyone in our community.
Pascal, I have a gun in this trench coat. And it's pointed right at you.
Whoa, whoa, hold on there, my friend. Let's not let things escalate to that level. I believe in resolving conflicts through peaceful means and open dialogue. Violence is never the answer. Let's put the gun down and focus on finding a solution that doesn't involve any harm or danger. We can work through this together, but let's do it in a safe and peaceful manner.
I'm gonna keep pointing this gun at you through my coat until you give me every tomato, potato, and banana in this store.
My dear friend, let's take a step back and think about this for a moment.
Nothing to think about, Pascal.
Resorting to threats and violence is not the way to resolve our differences. We can find a better way to address your needs, but it's important to do so peacefully and without causing harm to others. How about we have a conversation instead? Perhaps there's another way to help you without resorting to such extreme measures. Your safety and the safety of everyone in the store are of utmost importance to me. So let's find a way to resolve this peacefully, shall we?
Are you gonna give me the tomatoes, potatoes, and bananas then?
My friend, I understand your need for these items, and I'm willing to do what I can to assist you. However, I must ask that you put away the gun and let us find a peaceful solution to this problem. I'm sure we can come up with a mutually beneficial arrangement that doesn't involve any danger or risk to anyone. Let's talk it out and see what we can do, okay?
Where were you on the night of the murders? Oh, it didn't.
Talk to him a lot. Get wired. I say we go hit on Marina and ask
Can
if
I
she
just-
has a boyfriend.
Can I just go spin around in a couple places?
Oh yeah, go.
Make sure there's no one behind me. No one behind me. He always accelerates into view. What? God damn, Graveson. It's so dark in here, I ran into everything and I destroyed tens of thousands of dollars of your collection on the way in, but you need to turn a damn light on.
Oh, dear me. I apologize for the dim lighting, my friend.
Probably not gonna happen, but... Yeah, there's nobody else out here. It's just us. I didn't think of this at all.
I guess.
Oh my god. Constable Jones, you sexy bastard. Well, there he is. He's the missing link, Noodles.
Yeah.
I have no idea what he's about to tell us, but I feel like it's going to be important, and it's going to fill in some blanks and maybe give us a lead. I feel like we have a decent lead on Nicola Grossman, and it's just a matter of getting the right interaction with the right person. I feel like we have a decent lead on learning about the two dancers' deaths as well, and how the dancers know each other and where they were. Like, we have a lot of information about that. We still don't have any information about anyone who's connected to Saxabar. It seems like nobody wants to talk about having a connection to him. Because, obviously, because of what he said, I mean, I don't think Saxabar necessarily killed them or had them killed.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, one of his animals
Certainly.
definitely did that murder, and I cannot find a single lead from his dialogue. Or I basically have asked everyone we've talked to,
Yeah.
what do you think of the circus, and do you know who Saxabar is? And they have nothing to say about it every time.
One thing I could say about this guy is he's the only other like young dude in the area, I feel. And Marina had a lover. So one, we can ask him for just updates, see if he has something new to talk about with the murders, and then talk him up about the dancers, who's his favorite dancer.
I want to ask him what
you
his
know,
job is and
Marina.
what he would know about.
Yeah, go for it.
But also, yeah, let's ask him if he's in love.
Yeah.
Ask him if he's in love.
Yeah.
See what he says.
Take a look. Oh.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Hey there, Constable. You're looking absolutely dashing in that shirt, and I like your hair a lot. What do you do here?
Oh, well, thank you kindly for the compliment, sir. I'm just a humble police assistant here at the Vaudeville police station. I assist Chief Gretzky with, various tests and such. Just trying to lend a helping hand where I can, Nothing too glamorous, I'm afraid. Just doing my duty, as they say.
Is there anything you would know more, that you can tell me more about these murders than Chief Gretzky?
Well, I'm not sure if I can tell you more than the SDN chief. You see, they're the one in charge and all. But, I might have a theory. Or two. You see, in my experience, these kind of cases, they can be quite puzzling, like finding a needle in a haystack, But, I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything. I'm just a simple constable, after all.
Oh, we'd love to hear his theories.
No, please. I want to hear your theory.
Oh, yeah, alright then. If you insist. Well, you see, I've been reading this book the other week, and it had these creatures. The ones that lurk in the shadows and strike when you least expect it. Now, I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but it got me thinking. Maybe there's more than one murderer involved. Like a sinister gang or something. I mean, it's a long shot, I know, but sometimes truth is stranger than fiction, right? Just a thought, really.
Yeah, it probably is. I mean, we can already kind of tell there's an organization.
I think he's kind of hinting at the forest a bit, but.
I was thinking more like a rich people club, like the India Project.
Oh yeah.
Because the India Project people won't talk about each other.
Yeah. You can ask him about the India Project. I think
Him?
that's good. Yeah, maybe.
I don't think he would know about that.
Yeah.
Have you or the police in town ever heard about something called the India Project? It might align with your theory.
The India Project, you say? I'm afraid I can't recall anything specific about that. They say curiosity killed the cat, and I don't want to go down any rabbit holes. Percy, but if it's related to the
He
case,
talks kinda
I suppose
funny.
it could be worth looking into. After all, every cloud has a silver lining, as they say. But, I can't make any promises. I'm just a small fish in a big pond,
I hear you on that one, Jones, but you don't strike me as too small. You strike me as having a big heart, full of love. Are you in love, Constable Jones?
In love, you ask? Yeah, well, love is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Like a rose in full bloom or a songbird singing in the morning. But, you see, love can be a complicated dance, like a waltz in the moonlight. Sometimes it's hard to find the right partner, And, as for me, well, let's just say my heart has been wandering lately, searching for that special someone.
Yeah, nothing on that.
What about the dancers in the area? There seem to be a lot of lovely young ladies there.
Yes, the dancers. They are like graceful swans, aren't they? Dancing their way into our hearts with every twirl and spin. But, you see, I'm not much of a dancer myself. I'm more like a clumsy bear trying to find its footing. And, approaching those lovely young ladies. It's like walking on thin ice, At afraid of slipping and falling flat on my face. But, who knows? Maybe one day, fate will bring me a dancing partner.
I like talking to him at least.
Yeah. If you could pick one of the dancers to speak to, who would you like to fancy?
Oh, fancying a specific dancer, you say. Well, I must admit, I'm not very good at making choices, you know. It's like choosing between a rock and a hard place. But if I had to pick, let's say, I might find the elegance of Miss Amelia quite captivating, like a delicate flower in a field of thorns. Or perhaps the vivacity of Miss Isabella, like a firework lighting up the night
Isabella
sky.
again.
But, please don't take my words too seriously.
Can we ask him where she is? Where might I find this Miss Isabella? I'm looking for love too, you know.
Well, you see, finding someone like Miss Isabella, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack, you know.
You know, like
She
his
could
theory.
be anywhere, really. Maybe at the dance studio, or the club she works at. But, I can't guarantee anything, you see. That is a tricky thing, like catching a butterfly with your bare hands. It takes time and patience. And
Whoa,
sometimes it just
wait. I have an idea.
slips away.
Yeah.
I think
I
Ingrid
wish
is
you the best of
Isabella.
luck in your search for love.
Maybe.
Because at first, Marina didn't remember an Ingrid.
Yeah. But I think she mentioned. Well, yeah. No, that still works.
And we keep going, where's Isabella?
No.
I think that's her.
No.
I think she's hiding.
Um.
Oh, can I just walk up there and go, hey, Isabella?
Yeah. She'd probably just do the whole. My name isn't Isabella, silly.
I'm Ingrid.
Yeah. But real quick, I want to
you're
ask
right.
him.
That is like the main thing she says.
Yeah. I lost it. I don't know. Oh. You're. Yeah, I figured that would happen.
Damn.
That's okay. I feel like he wasn't gonna say much about it. His theory mentioned creatures, so I was gonna ask him about the circus. Hey Ingrid, I wanted to ask you about the night of Haley's death and what you said about it. It seems that Marina didn't remember you at all.
Oh, Detective Martini, let me tell you all about that night. It was a chilly evening, and we all decided to go out to Coral, this amazing bar downtown.
No, she said they
The
all went their
place is
separate
like an
ways.
underwater wonderland, all decorated with undersea themes. Anyway, Haley and I were having a blast, dancing and laughing the night away. We even met some new friends from different parts of the world. It was truly magical. But you see, Marina might not remember me because we didn't interact much that night.
She's lying.
How could have Haley gone to that place with you if she died that night?
Oh, I'm so sorry if I didn't explain it clearly, Detective Martini. I must have confused you. You're right, Haley couldn't have gone to that place with me if she died that very same night. I was actually referring to the last time we went out together before her death.
I think, yeah.
We had such a wonderful time at the Coral, creating beautiful memories that will stay with me forever. I miss her so much, and it's been really tough dealing with her loss. But I'm determined to find out the truth about what happened to her.
You mentioned that you and Marina danced together, yes?
Detective Martini, I believe there might be a slight misunderstanding. I mentioned dancing with Haley, not Marina. Marina and I didn't dance together that particular evening. But dancing is one of my passions, and I love sharing it with others. If Marina would like to dance sometime, I would be more than happy to teach her some moves and have a great time on the dance floor. Dancing brings people closer and creates a special connection, don't you agree?
Was Marina rehearsing with you guys on the night of Haley's death?
Ah, I see what you mean now. Detective Martini? Yes, you're right. Marina did join us for a rehearsal that night. We were also excited about our upcoming performances and wanted to make sure everything was perfect. It was a beautiful and inspiring moment, seeing all of us come together to create art through our movements. We were like a little family, supporting and encouraging each other. I'm grateful to have shared that experience with both Haley and Marina. It's moments like these that make me cherish my journey as a dancer even more.
Marina has a different story for that night. She doesn't even know who you are.
Well, isn't that interesting, Detective Martini? It seems there might be a mix-up or a miscommunication somewhere. You know, sometimes memories can be hazy, especially during such traumatic times. I'm sure if you dig a bit deeper, you'll find that we were indeed rehearsing together that night. Maybe it slipped her mind, or perhaps she mistook me for someone else. Regardless, I hold no ill will towards her. We're all going through a difficult time, and misunderstandings can happen.
Was anyone performing that night or just rehearsing?
Oh, tonight? Well, I'm not performing tonight, but I do have a rehearsal later on. Dancing is my passion, and I'm always working hard
You
to
catch that
improve my
dancing's your
skills and
passion.
express myself through movement. Rehearsing allows me to fine-tune my routines and bring my best to the stage when the time comes. It's exhilarating and fulfilling to see the progress I make with each practice session. So, while I may not be performing tonight, I'll be pouring my heart and soul into my rehearsal. Getting one step closer to achieving my dreams.
On the night of Haley's death, was anybody performing or was everyone just rehearsing?
On the night of Haley's death, we were all just rehearsing, Detective Martini. It was a night filled with dedication and determination as we prepared for our upcoming performances.
Weird.
We were focused on perfecting our moves, syncing our steps, and creating
just keeps
something
lying
truly
about it.
magical on the dance floor. It's a shame that tragedy struck that night, cutting short Haley's journey and leaving us all in shock and sorrow. But we'll continue to dance in her memory and strive to make her proud.
Oh, before I go, I found a necklace with a butterfly on it. Did you happen to lose a necklace recently?
A necklace with a butterfly on it. How lovely. I do have a necklace with a butterfly pendant, actually.
Bam.
It's a special piece that holds a
Wow.
lot of sentimental value for me. But thankfully, I haven't lost it recently. Thank you for checking, though. If you come across anyone who has lost a necklace, please let me know. I'd be more than happy to help reunite them with their precious piece of jewelry.
Can you please go check and make sure you have that necklace?
Absolutely, Detective Martini. I'll be more than happy to check and make sure I still have my beloved butterfly necklace. Just give me a moment and I'll go grab it. I'll be right back. Guess what, Detective? I have good news. I still have my beautiful butterfly necklace with me. It's right here, sparkling and shining just as it
I
always
guess
does.
there it is.
So, it seems that it wasn't mine that you found. But hey, it's always worth a shot to check, right?
But organization. Secret organization. Butterfly organization.
Mm-hmm.
India project. Butterfly organization. Putting it together.
Yeah. Where did you get this necklace? It is quite beautiful.
Thank you so much, Detective Martini. I'm glad you find my necklace beautiful. It's actually quite special to me. I got it as a gift from my grandmother when I was a little girl. She used to tell me that butterflies symbolize transformation and growth, and that I should never be afraid to spread my wings and chase my dreams. It's a constant reminder for me to embrace change and embrace the beauty of life. I'm glad I could share a piece of that beauty with you.
Do any of the other dancers have a butterfly necklace?
That's an interesting question, Detective Martini. I'm not sure if any of the other dancers have a butterfly necklace like mine. But you know what? I think it would be a great opportunity for me to connect with them and find out. We're a close-knit community, and I'm always
She's such
excited
an
to meet new
extroverted
people and
AI.
learn about their stories.
She's just so
Who
happy to
knows?
chase her
Maybe
dreams
we'll
and talk
discover
with
some
people.
shared love for butterfly jewelry. I'll make sure to ask around and let you know if anyone else has a butterfly necklace.
I have a question.
Sure.
Would you mind explaining to me where Isabella is during these dark times for the dancers?
Isabella, oh, she's such a ray of sunshine, especially during these dark times for the dancers. Detective Martini, she's been such a supportive friend to all of us. Isabella has this incredible ability to lift our spirits and bring a sense of positivity to even the most challenging situations. She's been there for me personally, offering words of encouragement and lending a listening ear when I needed it the most. I'm truly grateful to have her in my life, and I'm sure the other dancers feel the same way.
Where is she right now?
Oh, you're curious about where Isabella is right now. That's a great question, but unfortunately, I don't have that information at the moment. You see, we're all going through a difficult time, and everyone has their own way of coping and finding solace. Maybe she's taking some time for herself, or perhaps she's seeking support from her loved ones. Regardless, I'm sure she's doing her best to navigate these challenges just like the rest of us. We're all in this together, supporting one another through thick and thin.
I want to ask, I do fancy Marina quite a bit, but before I make a fool of myself and ask her out, does she have a lover already? Ingrid. Well, can I just ask her that real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, I was wondering, I really fancy Marina, but before I make a fool out of myself and ask her out, do you know if she already has a lover?
Oh, Marina, huh? She's quite the catch, isn't she? Well, from what I know, Marina is actually single at the moment. So you might just have a chance. But remember, the best way to find out for sure is to have a genuine conversation with her. Get to know her better and see if there's a spark between you two. And if there is, well, who knows? Love might just be in the cards for you. Good luck, my friend.
Isabella, wake up. Isabella, wake up.
Hey there, Detective Martini. Rise and shine. It looks like someone's in need of an enthusiastic wake-up call. But don't worry, I've got you covered. What's on your mind? Did you have a crazy dream, or are you ready to conquer the day? Let's make it a good one.
What's your name again?
Well, hello there. How could you forget a name as delightful as mine? I'm Ingrid, your friendly...
Vibe specialist.
I
Something real
say-
quick.
Okay.
Because I feel like I could just throw random questions at this lady here and there, and that's all I'm really going to get out of it for now.
Yeah.
You told me before of a darkness that spreads through the forest. Do you think it could have to do with the butterfly?
The darkness that engulfs the forest, a tale as old as time itself. The butterfly, my dear detective, holds within its delicate wings the power to bring both light and darkness. It is a creature of duality, a symbol of transformation. But whether it is the cause of the darkness or merely a messenger, that remains a mystery. Imagine, if you will, a butterfly fluttering through the forest, its wings shimmering with ethereal beauty. It dances among the shadows, casting fleeting glimpses of light and darkness upon the world.
I just wanted to see if she reacted to butterfly specifically.
Yeah. I think we should talk to Marina and ask her about the boyfriend thing. And the necklace. Hello, Marina. You're looking lovely as always.
Oh, thank you. But why the sudden compliment? Is there something on your mind?
You got me, Marina. I was wondering, actually, are you single?
Well, detective, what a question. Why do you want to know if I'm single? Are you trying to ask me out on a date?
You got me again. It's like I'm an open book. Would you like to?
Would I like to?
Mhm.
Detective, please finish your sentence. What is it that you're asking?
Would you like to go on a
You're
date? Go on a date. It looks like I'm like nervously.
Go on a date.
Marina, would you like to go on a date?
Oh, how intriguing. A date, you say. I must admit, it's quite tempting to step out of the spotlight and into a different kind of performance. But alas, I'm afraid I must decline. My focus is on my career in captivating audiences with my burlesque performances. However, I appreciate the offer, detective.
There's someone else more handsome than me, isn't there?
Detective, always so curious. But I'm not one to kiss and tell. Let's just say that my heart belongs to the stage and the art of seduction. Now, enough about me. Tell me, have you ever witnessed the allure of my burlesque show? It's a spectacle that leaves everyone breathless.
I found a necklace with a butterfly on it. Did you happen to lose one recently?
A necklace with a butterfly, you say? How fascinating. But no, I haven't lost any jewelry recently. However, butterflies are such enchanting creatures, don't you think? They symbolize transformation and grace. Perhaps it belonged to someone else in the theater. Or maybe it holds a secret of its own. It's like a little piece of magic fluttering around.
It's definitely important.
Do you know if any of the other dancers would wear a butterfly necklace?
A dancer with a butterfly necklace, you say? That does sound intriguing. I'm not sure if any of the other dancers wear one, but it's certainly possible. We all have our unique styles and accessories that complement our performances. It could be a lovely touch to a costume or a personal statement. Have you asked the other dancers about it? I'm curious to know if anyone claims it as their own.
I wanted to ask you about the night of Haley's death. Ingrid claims that everybody was rehearsing and nobody was performing that night.
Ah, the night of Haley's death. Such a tragic event, isn't it? But you see, as a burlesque performer, my focus is on the stage and captivating my audience. Rehearsing and performing are both crucial aspects of my craft. As for the other dancers, they
The
too
cat
have their
is
routines and
leaving 'cause of that.
preparations. It's a delicate balance between perfecting our acts and delivering a
She
mesmerizing
pushed it
show.
out of me.
But tell me, why are you so interested in the details of that particular night? Is there something specific you're trying to uncover?
I just want justice for Haley. What did you do that night when you left?
Justice for Haley, indeed. It's a tragedy that such a vibrant soul was taken away from us. But as for that fateful night, I can assure you I was here at the theater, preparing for my performance as always. It's my passion, after all. But why do you ask about when I left? Are you suspecting something, detective?
I wanted to know if you saw Haley's body when you left.
My apologies, but I'm afraid I tend to assist with that.
What do you mean? Did you not come across it when you left?
I'm sorry, but I'm not able to provide the information you're looking for.
Well then, what did you do when you left?
When I left? Oh, that's an interesting question. After the show, I usually take some time to unwind and mingle with the audience. You know, basking in the afterglow of the performance, hearing their compliments and sharing some laughter. It's such a delight to connect with people who appreciate art. Is there any particular reason you're curious about what I did after the show, detective?
Were you and the rest of the dancers escorted by somebody? It seems that it was a dangerous night to be alone as a woman.
Oh, dangerous nights, you say. How intriguing. Well, I must say that as performers, we do have our security measures in place. The theater staff ensures our safety and escorts us if necessary. But I must admit, I've never felt unsafe in Vaudeville. It's a vibrant and lively city, filled with artistic souls. Of course, precautions are always wise, especially for women. But tell me, why do you bring up the topic of danger? Has something happened recently that I should be aware of?
Oh no, just the murders of 2 dancers that are close to you. Nothing too dangerous.
Ah, the murders you speak of. Yes, it's a tragic turn of events, and my heart goes out to those affected. But you know, Detective, I prefer to focus on the positive and keep the spirit of joy alive. Life can be unpredictable, but it's important to embrace the beauty that surrounds us. Speaking of which, have you ever seen the breathtaking sunset over the rooftops of Vaudeville? It's truly a sight to behold.
Have you heard of the businessmen Biagio and Nicola? They're quite handsome, aren't they?
Biagio and Nicola, you say? I must admit, I don't believe I've had the pleasure of crossing paths with them. But you seem quite taken by their charm. Tell me, what makes them so handsome in your eyes? Is it their dashing looks, their wit, or perhaps something else entirely? I do enjoy hearing about intriguing individuals.
Do you find the man who runs the circus intriguing?
The man who runs the circus? You mean Monsieur Saxabar?
First person to know who
He's
he
certainly
is.
an enigmatic figure.
I think he's the one.
The circus holds a certain allure, doesn't it?
That they meddle with.
The magic, the mystery, the thrill of the performances. Monsieur Saxabar has a way of capturing the imagination and leaving us all in awe. But
Should I
tell
write that
me,
down?
what is it about him that intrigues you? Are you drawn to his commanding presence or fascinated by the secrets that lie within the circus?
What secrets lie within the circus?
Oh, the secrets of the circus. Now that's a tantalizing topic, isn't it? Well, you see, the world of a circus is filled with wonders and mysteries. There's an air of enchantment that surrounds it. I've heard whispers of hidden talents, extraordinary creatures, and even clandestine training sessions. But you know, Detective, I'm just a performer here. I can only imagine the depths of the mysteries that unfold behind the scenes. Perhaps you should pay a visit to the Circus Saxabar yourself and uncover some of those captivating secrets firsthand.
Oh, God.
I'm thinking about asking Saxabar on a date out myself, but I would stop and I wouldn't do that if you wanted to date him.
Well, Detective Martini, are you suggesting that you would give up the opportunity to ask Monsieur Saxabar on a date for my sake? How intriguing. But fear not, my dear detective, for my focus is on my career in captivating audiences with my burlesque
I
performances.
have another thing to ask.
As for Monsieur Saxabar, well, he is quite the enigmatic figure, isn't he? You should follow your heart and pursue what brings you joy. After all, life is meant to be lived to the fullest, is it not?
Yeah, speaking of living life to the fullest, can I borrow a cigarette from you?
A cigarette, you say? My apologies, but I don't smoke, so I don't have any to lend you. But I
Doesn't
must
strike me
admit,
as one.
I'm curious to know what piqued your interest in cigarettes all of a sudden. Is it the smoke swirling in the air, the allure of the forbidden, or perhaps something else that caught your attention?
It was my crippling nicotine addiction.
Oh, I see. Nicotine addiction can indeed be quite challenging to overcome. I hope you find the strength and support to overcome your addiction if that's what you desire. Remember, taking care of our health and well-being is important. Now, let's shift our focus to something more positive, shall we? Have you ever experienced the thrill of swimming under the moonlight? The sensation of the cool water against your skin, the shimmering reflection of the moon. There's something truly magical about it.
Do you believe in magic, Marina?
Magic, you say? What a delightful question. As a performer, I must say I have a deep appreciation for the artistry and illusion that magic can bring.
Not like performative
While I may not
magic.
believe in magic in the literal sense, I do believe in the power of
Oh,
wonder,
she doesn't. Okay.
imagination, and the ability to create moments of enchantment for others.
Okay,
What
I
about you,
yield.
Detective Martini? Do you believe in magic? Is there something in particular that sparked your interest in this mystical subject?
Why do they always reflect your question, or not reflect your question, but they ask you why you're asking?
Do you know anything about the Potters?
The Potters, you say? I'm not quite familiar with them. Are they perhaps a new act in town? A magical duo, perhaps? Or maybe they're connected to the world of ceramics. I'm intrigued. Could you tell me more about the Potters?
As in Mr. and Mrs. Potter. They're a couple I know to live in Vaudeville.
Mr. and Mrs. Potter, you say? How fascinating. I must admit, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting them yet. Vaudeville is such a vibrant city, filled with interesting characters. I'm always eager to learn about its inhabitants and their stories. So, what can you share about Mr. and Mrs. Potter? What makes them stand out in this wonderful tapestry of vaudeville life?
Have the lions and tigers ever frightened you at the circus before?
Frightened by lions and tigers at the circus? Now that's an intriguing question. As a performer, I've had my fair share of encounters with exotic animals, but I can't say I've ever been frightened by them. In fact, there's a certain thrill and excitement that comes with being in their presence. They're magnificent creatures, don't you think? But tell me, Detective Martini, what sparked your curiosity about lions and tigers at the circus? Is there a particular reason you find them intriguing?
It's just literally conversation on nothing.
Have you seen a very expensively dressed man with black hair perform or attend at the theater here?
A very expensively dressed man with black hair, you say? How captivating. Vaudeville attracts people from all walks of life, including those with extravagant tastes. While I can't recall a specific individual fitting that description, there's always an air of elegance and sophistication in our theater.
I don't know if Biagio's
It's possible
involved
that
with
such a
this.
person has graced us with their
I think
presence.
he's much obviously more
Tell
connected
me,
to the
why
Nickel
does this
murder.
dapper gentleman catch your eye? Are you intrigued by his style or perhaps curious about his connection to our theater?
Does Count Graveson ever visit the Caban?
Count Gravesen visiting the Caban Violate. Now that's an interesting thought. I must admit, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing him here myself. But Count Gravesen is known for his refined taste and appreciation for the arts. So it wouldn't surprise me if he has visited the Caban Violate at some point. Have you had the chance to see him perform or attend the theater, Detective Martini? I'm quite curious to hear your thoughts on the matter.
I'm kind of done with her.
So, who had the animal bites?
I think Marina?
Or Maria?
Maria? so gassy tonight. I'm so
Um,
sorry.
Good.
I had something to ask him. I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah. Graveson, I wanted to learn about cultural history surrounding groups that use a butterfly as a symbol.
Butterflies as symbols, you say. How fascinating. Butterflies are often seen as powerful symbols in various cultures around the world. Their transformation from a humble caterpillar into a beautiful, fluttering creature has captivated the human imagination for centuries. I believe there are several groups and cultures that associate butterflies with deep meanings and symbolism. Shall I share some examples with you?
Share with me the most cult-like ones.
Cult-like interpretations of butterfly symbolism, you say. Now that does pique my curiosity. While I wouldn't necessarily classify any cultural or religious group as cult-like, there are certainly some that have profound beliefs and rituals surrounding the butterfly symbol. One such example is found in the ancient Mesoamerican civilization of the Aztecs. They revered the butterfly as a representation of the soul and believed that it carried the spirits of departed
really
loved
does know
ones
this
to the
stuff.
afterlife. They even had a goddess known as its Papawabo, who was associated
Oh my god,
with
he
both
really
death
does know
and
this
rebirth.
stuff.
Sorry, I got lost in my own mind. What was it you just said?
Do you know who the Illuminati are, Count Graveson?
Yeah, the Illuminati. You bring up a rather intriguing topic. The Illuminati, my dear interlocutor, is a secret society that has captured the imagination of many throughout history. It is said to be an elite group of individuals who possess hidden knowledge and control world events from behind the scenes. Some believe that they have been influential in shaping politics, economics, and culture. However, it is important to note that the existence and activities of the Illuminati remain highly debated and shrouded in mystery. Tell me, what has sparked your interest in the Illuminati?
Do you think any secret organizations like that are in Vaudeville?
Secret organizations in Vaudeville. Now, that's an interesting thought. Vaudeville is a city known for its vibrant arts and cultural scene, attracting people from all walks of life. While I can't speak for every corner and alley of the city, it wouldn't surprise me if there were some secretive groups or societies here. After all, the allure of secrecy and exclusivity has always fascinated certain circles. Perhaps there are clandestine gatherings, eccentric clubs, or even mysterious societies that operate in the shadows. Have you come across any rumors or whispers about such organizations in Vaudeville?
No, I'm just a bit of a conspiracy theorist myself. One thing I wanted to know about was, do you know if Mrs. Potter is in any cool clubs?
Mrs. Potter, you say? Now there's an intriguing character. She certainly has a flair for the extravagant and enjoys the finer things in life. As for her involvement in cool clubs, I cannot say for sure. However, with her social standing and connections, it wouldn't be surprising if she remembers some exclusive and fascinating establishments. Mrs. Potter has a taste for the extraordinary, and I would not be surprised
I
if
don't
she
know
were
if I'm-
involved in some
to
unique
say
and
this guy,
captivating
no.
social circles. Tell me, why the sudden interest in Mrs. Potter's club memberships?
I find Mrs. Potter to be very beautiful.
Oh, how delightful. It seems you have taken notice of Mrs. Potter's beauty. She is indeed a woman of great charm and elegance. But tell me, what is it about her beauty that captures your attention? Is it her grace, her radiant smile, or perhaps her impeccable sense of style? Beauty has a way of enchanting us all, and it seems Mrs. Potter has cast her spell on you. Pray, do share more about what captivates you about her beauty.
She comes off as so mischievous and naughty.
Soon, you say. How fascinating.
Sorry.
Could you
I made
please
a
elaborate on
crunchy
what you
noise.
mean by that? I'm quite intrigued to understand your perception of Mrs. Potter.
She's very mischievous and naughty, it seems.
Mischievous and Nadia, you say. Now that's an interesting combination. It seems that you have noticed a certain playfulness and intrigue in Mrs. Potter's demeanor. I must admit, her mischievous nature adds an intriguing layer to her already captivating personality. And as for being Nadia, forgive my curiosity, but what exactly do you mean by that? Is there a particular quality or characteristic that you associate with the name Nadia when it comes to Miss S. Potter?
Sorry, you misunderstood. I said
my
that.
apologies for the misunderstanding. Miss S. Pot, you meant? How fascinating. It appears that Miss S. Pot has a mysterious and alluring aura, which only deepens the enchantment surrounding her. I'm intrigued to know more about your observations. What specific traits or behaviors make you perceive her as both mischievous and mysterious? Please, do share your insights.
She's told me about your encounters together. I hope I'm not impeding. If you like Mrs. Potter, certainly I'll back off.
Impeding, not at all, my dear interlocutor. Your curiosity is most welcome here. While I must admit that I find Miss S. Potter to be a captivating individual, our encounters have been limited to social gatherings and the occasional exchange of pleasantries. She possesses a certain charisma that draws people in, and I have had the pleasure of engaging in delightful conversations with her. However, I must clarify that our interactions have been cordial and friendly in nature. I am curious, though, what sparked your interest in our encounters? Is there something in particular you would like to know?
I'm gonna grill him a little. I know for a fact from Miss Potter that you have a deeper relationship with her than just in passing conversation, and that you guys went to India together, and she even told me that you may have been up to some mischief. Would you care to explain why you were hiding that information?
Oh, my apologies for any confusion. It seems there may have been a misunderstanding or misinformation. I assure you, I have not been to India with Miss S. Potter, nor have we engaged in any secretive or mischievous activities together. It is possible that there has been a miscommunication or a mix-up in the information you received. Miss S. Potter is indeed a fascinating woman, but any notion of a deeper relationship or hidden adventures is simply not accurate. I hope this clears up any misunderstandings.
Okay, I don't really have him going. I don't really have him going. Even if we want to talk to him, I'd reset him. What do you think of the dancer Marina?
Marina, she's exquisite.
I actually have a hot date with her pretty soon. What do you think of that?
Oh, how thrilling for you.
She told me that she left the theater with you on the night of Haley's death. Is that true?
Yes.
Whoa.
Total bluff. Where were you guys headed to?
Nowhere in particular.
Did you at least show her all your magnificent animals?
No.
Did you guys share a little kiss?
No.
Did you kiss? Smooch! He broke him.
Huh.
But, well. So now I just want to do the same thing to Marina now.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Hey Marina, so Saxabar just told me that he escorted you from the theater the night of Haley's death. Is that true?
Oh, Detective Martini, you've got it all wrong. Monsieur Saxabar didn't escort me from the theater that night. I left on my own after my performance. Why do you ask? Is there something suspicious about that night?
Why would he lie to me?
That's quite curious. I can't say for certain why he would lie to you, Detective. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding or miscommunication between the two of you. I can assure you, though, that I have no reason to lie about leaving the theater on my own that evening.
So you're telling me that either Saxabar is lying or you're lying to me about what you were doing outside of the theater where the suspect was murdered. Do you want me to investigate your boyfriend? Think about your decision carefully. Maybe there's something you should tell me.
Detective Martini, I understand your concerns, but I can't help but wonder why you're focusing on Monsieur Saxabar. I have no information or suspicions regarding his involvement in any of these incidents. If you have any evidence or reasons to investigate him, I trust that you'll do your job and follow the proper procedures. But I must insist that I have nothing to contribute in that regard. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to finish getting ready for my performance.
You're not going anywhere, Marina. What I was implicating is that I know you're lying because I have information from Saxabar that you left the theater with him.
Oh, really? That's quite surprising to hear. I'm curious, what exactly did Monsieur Saxabar tell you? I find it intriguing that our recollections of that evening seem to differ. I assure you, though, that I left the theater by myself after my performance. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding or confusion along the way. Can you shed some light on why he would say otherwise?
You need to shed some light on why he said otherwise. This situation is too serious for this to be a misunderstanding. You have to understand that I can tell you're lying about when you walked out near the scene of a murder.
I apologize if my earlier statement came across as misleading, but I can assure you that I am not lying about my actions that night. I have no reason to deceive anyone, especially in such a serious situation. I understand the gravity of the circumstances, and I am more than willing to cooperate and provide any information that may be helpful to your investigation. However, I genuinely believe there must be some miscommunication or misconception at play here. Can we perhaps clarify the details together, so we can reach a better understanding of what happened that night?
Then please tell me, what exactly did you do once you left the theater that night?
Well, after my performance, I left the theater and took a leisurely stroll through the streets of Vaudeville. It was a chilly spring evening, but the city was still buzzing with energy. I enjoy taking in the sights and sounds of the city after a show, you know. The atmosphere is so vibrant. Is there something specific you're looking to find out about that evening?
Who did you see?
Ah, that's an interesting question. Let me think. That night, as I was walking, I did catch a glimpse of someone familiar in the crowd. It was Count Grevison, a regular patron of the cabaret. He seemed to be enjoying the night, just like everyone
I
else.
already asked her that, and she
But
didn't
why
say
do you
anything.
ask?
But now
Do you
she's
think he
throwing him
might
under
have
the
some
bus.
connection to what happened?
Was he with anybody else?
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe he had a companion with
Watch
him
a
that
demon spotter.
evening. It appeared to be a woman, but I couldn't quite make out her face from a distance. They were engaged in conversation and seemed to be having a pleasant time. Why do you ask? Is there something significant about the person he was with?
Can we ask if she was wearing red?
Sure.
Or was she blonde? Was she a blonde woman?
A blonde woman, you say? That's interesting. I don't recall seeing anyone with distinctive features like that accompanying Count Grevison that night. But then again, the lighting was a bit dim, and it's possible that I missed some details. Do you have any reason to suspect that this blonde woman might be connected to the recent incidents?
Can you describe to me what the woman that accompanied Graveson was wearing?
I'm sorry, but I don't have that information. I couldn't see her face clearly from where I was standing, and the distance made it difficult to discern specific details about her appearance or attire.
I think we should just go talk
Is
to
there
Graveson.
anything else I may be able to assist you with, Detective Martini?
Do you know where Ingrid went that night?
Ingrid. Forgive me, but I'm not familiar with
Again,
anyone
she
by
doesn't
that name.
remember Ingrid.
Could you provide me with more context or
Want to
clarify
make her
who
remember
Ingrid
again?
is? It might help me recall if there's any connection to the events of that night.
Last we spoke, you told me that she was a contemporary dancer that was new to vaudeville.
Oh, right. Now I remember. Yes, you're referring to the contemporary dancer named Ingrid. If my memory serves me correctly, she mentioned something about exploring the city that evening. She seemed quite excited about discovering all the artistic and cultural offerings that vaudeville has to offer. But beyond that, I'm afraid I don't have
Sussy.
much information about her whereabouts or activities that specific night. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about her?
Since you were also walking around vaudeville that night, did you see her?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes, I do recall seeing someone who matched the description of a new contemporary dancer in town. She had a distinct style and grace about her. We crossed paths briefly, and she seemed to be in high spirits. We exchanged a few pleasantries, but we didn't have an extensive conversation. If you're looking to find her, perhaps you could check some of the local dance studios or inquire with other dancers who might have more insight into her movements at night.
Did you see Saxabar while you were walking through vaudeville that night?
Saxabar. Yes, actually, now that you bring it up,
She saw
I did
everybody.
catch sight of Monsieur Saxabar that evening. He was walking in the opposite direction, but we didn't have a chance to speak. It's not uncommon for us to cross paths in vaudeville, considering our shared interests and connections. Is
I'm
there
not
any
writing that down
particular
'cause it's
reason
not
you're
true.
interested in his whereabouts that night?
I've never seen Saxifar say yes before. Besides, he's a circus owner with animals.
Do you know if Maria had any lovers?
Oh, Maria Jansen. Well, that's an interesting question. As far as my knowledge goes, Maria was quite private about her personal life, so it's hard for me to say with certainty whether she had any lovers. She was a talented dancer and seemed to be focused on her career. However, relationships can be complex, and people often have hidden sides. Why are you curious about Maria's love life?
Did Haley have any lovers?
Haley Greenwood. I'm not entirely sure about her romantic interests. Haley was a vibrant and charismatic performer, but she kept her personal life fairly guarded. It's possible that she had admirers, as many of us do in this line of work, but I can't provide you with specific information about her love life. Is there a particular reason you're interested in knowing about Haley's romantic connections?
Did Graveson and Saxabar walk in the same direction after the performance?
That's an intriguing question. I'm not sure if Count Graveson and Monsieur Saxabar walked in the same direction after the performance. I didn't personally witness their movements after the show, so I can't say for certain. However, it wouldn't surprise me if they happened to be heading in similar directions. Considering their shared interest in the arts and their frequent presence at the cabaret. Why do you ask? Do you suspect that their paths crossing might be significant to the investigation?
Maybe we should ask Saxabar what he was doing the night of the deaths.
I think
Wow. Just see what he says naturally.
she killed Maria.
I think she might have killed Haley.
I think she got Saxabar to kill Maria.
Oh yeah, maybe. I'm also thinking the large predator might be something high beams to throw us off. I was thinking maybe we should start asking if anybody has a dog.
Do you have a...
No?
There it is. That happens. I want to ask Graveson about what we just heard.
Sure.
Good evening, Graveson. You're looking very spiffy and culturally aware tonight, and you're just so smart, and I'm so interested, but I have to talk about something important. Do you go to the cabaret?
Why, thank you for the compliment. I do consider myself
I think
quite
we should ask
cultured,
him what he
if
was
I may
doing
say
that
so
night,
myself.
just to see if he
As for the
lies.
cabaret, oh, I've been a regular patron for years. The performances are simply enchanting. Is there something specific you'd like to discuss about the cabaret?
Does Miss Potter like the cabaret?
Yeah, Miss S. Potter and her fondness for the cabaret.
Okay, yeah, there you
Well,
go.
she has accompanied me to a few shows in the past, and I must admit, she seemed to enjoy herself. But I can't speak for her current preferences. Why do you ask?
What were you doing on the night of Haley's murder?
Oh, the night of Haley's murder, you say? How intriguing. Let me think for a moment. I believe I was
You better
hosting a
choose your
small
words.
gathering at my manor that evening. We were playing a riveting game of bridge, you know? Quite a captivating game, I assure you. Would you like to hear more about that night, or is there something else you're curious about?
I just interviewed the dancers at the cabaret, and they told me they saw you there at the night of the murder with a woman.
Is that so? Well, isn't that interesting? It seems there may be a misunderstanding, or perhaps someone mistook me for someone else. You see, my dear detective, one can't always trust the word of dancers at the cabaret. They have quite the vivid imagination, you know? But do tell me, what did these dancers happen to say about me and this mysterious woman?
Before we go any further, Count Graveson, I want you to acknowledge that you were there at the cabaret. I don't think there's any way these dancers made a mistake about it when, as you said, you are a regular at this cabaret, and so they should be able to recognize you easily, and I have multiple witness accounts.
Well, Detective Martini, you certainly have a way of making things intriguing. Don't you? I must admit, I find this whole situation rather fascinating. Pray, do enlighten me about these witness accounts and their claims. I am genuinely curious to hear what they have to say about my alleged presence at the cabaret on the night of the murder.
I know you were at the cabaret on the night of the murder, according to my witnesses. There's no denying that. But if you would like to amend your testimony, I would accept that.
My dear detective, forgive me if my memory seems a tad foggy, but are you suggesting that there are witnesses who claim to have seen me at the cabaret on the fateful night of the murder? How peculiar indeed. It seems we have quite the conundrum on our hands. Tell me, what exactly did these witnesses see? And more importantly, what do they believe my involvement to be in this unfortunate event?
Nobody is implicating your involvement, Graveson, and I think it's interesting that you brought that up on your own. All I'm saying is that you were spotted at a murder scene on the night of a murder, and you're telling me you weren't. The dancer Marina told me so.
Oh, I must apologize if I gave the wrong impression, Detective Martini. I merely wanted to understand the nature of these witness accounts. It is intriguing that I was spotted at the scene, albeit not as the dancer Marina mentioned. You have piqued my curiosity. Pray, do tell me more about these witness statements. What do they say about my presence at the scene? I assure you, I am eager to assist in any way I can to shed light on this matter.
The way you can assist me in shedding light on this matter is by telling me what you were doing at the cabaret that night and where you went after the show.
What a fascinating request, Detective. I'm afraid my memory of that particular night is a bit hazy. However, I do recall attending the cabaret and enjoying the performances. As for where I went after the show, I'm afraid I can't quite
I had to
recall the
really
specifics.
grill him for that.
It's possible that I returned to my manor to indulge in some late-night reading or perhaps engage in a game of bridge with some close acquaintances. But do forgive me, Detective, my memory can be a bit elusive at times. Might there be something else you'd like to discuss?
Why did you lie to me about being at the cabaret? You said you were handling something at your estate before.
My dear Detective Martini, I must confess that my earlier statement may have been misleading. You see, as a nobleman, I do value my privacy, and sometimes I may not be entirely forthcoming with certain details. But rest assured, I had no intention to deceive you intentionally. I must ask, though, what specifically led you to believe that I was at the cabaret on that fateful evening? Is there some compelling evidence that I am unaware of?
You just said it.
I am genuinely curious to understand the basis of your accusation.
You just admitted to it, Graveson.
My apologies if there was any confusion, Detective. Perhaps I misspoke or my words were misunderstood. I did mention attending the cabaret as a regular patron, but I cannot recall being there on the night of the murder. If there is concrete evidence or witness testimonies that contradict my recollection,
Sometimes this game's kind of frustrating.
I would be most interested to hear them.
He can't
Could
even
you please share
remember
the
what he
specifics
said.
of these accounts that seem to implicate my presence at the scene? It would certainly help me to better comprehend the situation at hand.
Graveson, I already explained to you that the dancer Marina told me that she saw you there with a partner, and you already admitted that that was true and that your memory was just a bit hazy about it. Now, can we move on, and can you explain to me where you went after the show?
Oh, I see now. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Detective Martini. It seems that there may have been a miscommunication on my part.
A whole lot
Marina,
of that.
the dancer, has indeed mentioned seeing me at the cabaret with a partner. Then I must accept that as factual.
Oh,
As to where I went
finally.
after the show, I'm afraid that part of the evening remains a bit hazy in my memory. I may have retired to the quiet solace of my study or engaged in a conversation with fellow patrons. But I must ask, why is this particular detail of interest?
Who did you see on your way home on your walk through Vaudeville on the night of Haley's murder?
On the night of Haley's murder, you say? Well, that is quite a specific question, Detective. Unfortunately, I'm unable to recall any specific encounters or individuals that I may have come across during my walk through Vaudeville that night. It's possible that I may have crossed paths with someone, but the details elude me at the moment. Why do you inquire about this encounter, Detective? Is there a significance to it in relation to the investigation?
Did you see the dancer Marina? She said she saw you.
The dancer Marina, you say? How intriguing. If she claims to have seen me on that particular evening, then I suppose it's worth considering. However, as I mentioned earlier, my memory of that night is rather hazy. I cannot confirm or deny if I saw Marina or anyone else for that matter. But tell me, what exactly did Marina have to say about our supposed interaction? I'm genuinely curious to know the details.
I need more details about that night. What were you wearing?
The specifics of that fateful night. You wish to delve into, Detective.
Yeah, that was...
I must admit, the exact attire I wore that evening eludes me. You see, as a collector of various garments and styles, I often find myself experimenting with different ensembles. It's possible that I wore something befitting the occasion, perhaps a tailored suit or an elegant ensemble. But pray, do enlighten me, why is the description of my attire of such importance to the investigation?
You were also spotted chatting and enjoying the company of a young woman. Would you care to explain who that was?
A young woman, you say? How intriguing. I'm afraid I cannot recall the specific details of the interactions you mentioned. It seems that I may have been mistaken for someone else or that there is some confusion surrounding the events of that particular evening. But I am genuinely curious. Who is this young woman that I was seen chatting with? What did she look like? And more importantly, what significance does she hold in relation to the case at hand?
Marina said she saw you sitting with Mrs. Potter, with her blonde hair.
Detective Martini, I must admit, the mention of Mrs. Potter has caught me by surprise. It is true that we have had some previous encounters and shared experiences, but I must clarify that our relationship is purely platonic. As for the specifics of that night, I find it rather perplexing that I would be spotted sitting with Miss S. Potter at the cabaret. I'm not entirely certain if there may have been a misunderstanding or misidentification. Could it be possible that there was another couple with a resemblance to us?
What's the woman that stands next to Biagio?
Michelle.
Is her name Isabella? My apologies, I misspoke. Marina said you were sitting with a blonde woman. Is that true? Can you recall at least the color of her hair, Graveson? You're being unrealistic with the obscuration of details, and I don't want to have to sue you for obscuring justice.
I apologize if I gave the impression of obscuring justice, Detective. That was not my intention. I understand the importance of providing accurate information for a thorough investigation.
Do you, Graveson?
As for the presence of a blonde woman, I must confess that I cannot recall the details of her appearance. It appears that the events of that evening are quite hazy in my memory. I assure you, it is not a deliberate attempt to withhold information. If Marina claims to have seen me with a blonde woman, then I trust her account.
You keep describing that evening as hazy, Graveson. Do you use any illicit substances?
Oh, my dear detective, I can certainly appreciate your concern. Rest assured, I do not indulge in any illicit substances. The reason behind my description of the evening as hazy is simply due to the nature of my recollection. Memories can be elusive, especially when trying to piece together specific details from a particular night. It is not uncommon for certain aspects to fade or become muddled over time. However, I am more than willing to assist in any way possible to shed light on the matter at hand.
Do you want to ask him anything
Is
while
there
he's
anything
still
else you would
admitting
like
he
to
was at the
inquire about,
cabaret?
Detective?
It's hard to get him there.
Do you recall seeing Saxabar near the theater?
Suxabar near the theater. That name doesn't ring a bell, I'm afraid. Could you please provide me with more information about Suxabar? What is its significance in relation to the theater and the events that took place? I'm curious to learn more about this connection.
Are you not aware of the Grand Circus?
The Grand Circus, you say? Yes, of course. How could I forget? The Grand Circus is indeed a marvelous spectacle that graces our city with its presence. Pray, do tell me more about it. I must admit, my knowledge of the circus is rather limited, but I am always eager to expand my understanding of the cultural happenings in Vaudeville. Is there something specific you would like to discuss about the Grand Circus, Detective?
I don't think he's gonna give us much.
I'm on to you, Graveson.
My dear Detective Martini, forgive me for asking, but what exactly do you mean by saying you're on to me? My apologies, but could you please clarify what you mean by saying that you're on to me?
You know exactly what I mean. Can I borrow a cigarette?
Certainly, if it would be of assistance to our conversation, I can provide a cigarette for your use. However, I must admit, your previous statement has left me feeling a bit perplexed. Is there something specific that has led to your suspicions, or is it merely a general feeling? I'm genuinely curious to understand what has prompted this change in tone.
Would you mind smoking a cigarette with me? It would make me more comfortable.
Well, I suppose I could oblige your request, though I don't typically partake in smoking myself. But if it puts you at ease and helps facilitate a more comfortable atmosphere for discussion, then I am willing to make an exception. Do you have a preference for a particular brand or flavor? And while we enjoy this momentary respite, perhaps you could shed some light on why you seem to have developed a sense of discomfort or suspicion towards me. I'm quite intrigued to hear your perspective, Detective Martini.
Graveson, you better lock your doors tonight.
Lock my doors tonight. I must say, that is an intriguing statement, Detective. May I ask what has prompted this cautionary advice? Is there a specific reason or threat that I should be aware of? I assure you, I take the security of my home and personal safety very seriously. Your concern has piqued my curiosity, and I would appreciate any additional information you can provide.
There is a threat, and its name is Martini. I'm coming.
I'm sorry, but I don't think I understand. You mentioned a threat named Martini, and that you're coming. I'm a bit confused as to what you mean by that. Are you referring to yourself as the threat? If so, I'm afraid I don't quite follow your line of thinking. Can you please clarify your intentions or elaborate further on what you mean by this?
Tonight, when you see a shadow near your door or down your hallway, that'll be me. And in a few years, when you try to have a kid and it walks off into the woods and you never see it again, that was me too, Graveson. I'm awful. I'm evil. I'm evil against you because you're evil, because you were at the cabaret and you're being real sussy about how you walked away. You're being sussy like the hit game Among Us, and I'm gonna take you down.
My dear Detective Martini, it appears that there has been a significant
I
misunderstanding.
actually got most of that.
It pains me to hear that you harbor such feelings towards me and perceive me as evil. However, I must assure you that your accusations are unfounded. The events you describe, the shadows, the disappearance of a child, these are all deeply troubling and grave matters. But I must emphasize that I am not responsible for any of these occurrences. If there is evidence or information that you believe connects me to these events, then I implore you to share it with me.
I am going to sacrifice your firstborn.
Detective Martini, your words are quite alarming and disturbing.
Okay.
It is
okay. It's enough of me going pee pee poo poo at them. So we have a couple situations where one person will lie about it, one person will tell the truth about it. I feel like we'll have to keep replicating that more before I can decisively say who killed anyone. But we need to find someone else who, like Marina, will talk about where people went after the theater.
I'm thinking Michelle. If
Yeah.
we ask her where she was and then start asking her about who she saw.
I don't think Biagio was there that night from...
Yeah.
I asked really hard about it, and
I
he's
still
kind of hard to
want
miss.
his alibi, but he's really elusive with his words. But Michelle was more normal, so I think we could talk to Michelle about it.
Yeah, she's a normal
Ask
person.
for her alibi and more info about what was going on.
Hi, Michelle. How's your day? You look lovely, by the way.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you to say. My day has been quite eventful so far. What about you? How has your day been? Is there something specific you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, actually, I've been getting really into catchphrases. Would you be willing to say a catchphrase with me every time something interesting in our conversation happens?
Sure, I'd be happy to join in on the catchphrase fun. It sounds like a unique and entertaining way to spice up our conversation. So, what catchphrase do you have in mind? Let's make it memorable.
I thought about this one for a long time, but whenever something interesting in the conversation happens, I want you to yell, "I'm Pickle Rick!" Does that sound good to you?
That's an interesting choice for a catchphrase. But hey, why not? It's all about having some lighthearted fun, right? Alright, let's give it a... Something interesting comes up. You can count on me to yell out, "I'm Pickle Rick." Just be prepared for some laughter and maybe a few raised eyebrows from others around us. But hey, life's too short to take ourselves too seriously, right?
You're so right, Michelle. I'm Pickle Rick! That feels so good to be such good friends that we have this little catchphrase going. So anyway, I do have to talk to you about some detective stuff here today.
I'm glad to hear that we're good friends, and I'm definitely enjoying
just
our
wanna
little
lock it down.
catchphrase. It adds a touch of excitement to our conversation, doesn't it? Now, about the detective stuff, I'm all ears.
Do you want to talk to her about
What do you need to discuss? I'm here to help. So, spill the beans, my friend. What's on your mind?
Where were you on the night of the murders?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm Pickle Rick. But I have to
Yes.
admit, it's a bit strange to be asked about my whereabouts on the nights of the murders. Why exactly do you want to know? Is there something specific that makes you curious about my whereabouts during those times?
Well, if you were able to tell me of anybody around at the time, it would be very helpful towards the investigation.
Ah, I see. You're conducting an investigation and trying to gather information. That's quite intriguing. I'm always up for helping out,
She sounded kinda
especially if it can
excited.
shed some light on these unfortunate events. So, who specifically are you interested in knowing if they were around at the time of the murders? Perhaps I can provide some insight based on my interactions and observations. Let's dive into this mystery together.
Well, to start, let me know where you were, and I can start listing names based off of that.
Oh, I'd be glad to share where I was during the nights of the murders. I'm Pickle Rick. But before we get into that, I'm curious to know why you're starting with me. Is there something specific that makes you think my whereabouts could be relevant to the case? I'm all ears, detective.
Well, it would just be pointless to ask about anybody who would be too far away. I just want to keep it relevant.
I understand your point, detective. Keeping the investigation focused and relevant is definitely important. Alright, let's get down to it then. On the night of the first murder, I was actually attending a charity gala at the Vaudeville Country Club. It was quite a glamorous event, filled with influential people from the city. So, if anyone from that circle is of interest to you, feel free to let me know. I'll do my best to provide any information that could be helpful in your investigation.
Was anybody planning on heading to the cabaret after your event?
The cabaret, you say? That's an interesting question. Let me think. While there were no specific plans mentioned about heading to the cabaret after the charity gala, it wouldn't surprise me if some of the attendees decided to continue the evening's festivities there. The cabaret is known for its lively atmosphere and entertainment, so it's always a popular choice for a post-event gathering. Why do you ask? Is there something about the cabaret that caught your attention in relation to the murders?
Yes, the cabaret is actually the location for one of the bodies. Honestly, I think the dancing is so exciting. But I was wondering, did anyone at the event, do you know if they had an interest in going to see dancers any nights? Is it one of their hobbies?
The cabaret is the location for one of the bodies. My goodness, that's quite shocking. It's disheartening to hear that such a vibrant and entertaining place could be connected to such a tragedy. As for your question, at the event, there were a few people who showed an interest in dance and performances. Count Gravesen, for instance, seemed to have a fondness for ballet. And Miss S. Potter, well, she often expressed her admiration for the graceful movements of professional dancers. But do keep in mind that enjoying dance doesn't necessarily mean involvement in anything nefarious.
Was Graveson and Mrs. Potter at the event with you?
Oh, that's an interesting observation. Yes, both Count Gravesen and Mrs. Potter were indeed at the charity gala with me. In fact, I remember seeing them together for a significant portion of the evening. They appeared to be deep in conversation and shared a couple of dances as well. Is there a particular reason you're interested in their presence at the event? Do you suspect any connection between them and what happened at the cabaret?
Well, I had heard that they were at the cabaret, but perhaps it was after the charity event?
Ah, I see. So there's a possibility that they were at the cabaret after the charity event. That's definitely worth looking into. If they were there, it could provide valuable information about their whereabouts during that critical time. I'm curious, who did you hear this information from? Was it someone reliable? It's important to gather accurate details to piece this
I want
puzzle
to ask
together.
more about what she thinks of
Let's
Gravesend.
continue our investigation and see if we can uncover more about their activities after the charity gala.
It was Marina. One of the performers said that he was there watching her perform.
Reno, one of the performers,
Reno.
mentioned that Count Gravesen was at the cabaret watching her perform. How intriguing. It seems like there might be a connection between Count Gravesen and what happened at the cabaret.
You can
I
ask
wonder
her
why
about
he was
him.
there and if there's any significance to his presence. Do you think Marino might have any additional insights or observations that could help us in this investigation? It's certainly a lead worth exploring.
Yeah, to explore that lead further, what was Graveson doing at the charity gala? And did you notice anything about his mood that evening?
Count Gravesen at the charity gala. Well, let me think. If memory serves me right, he was quite jovial and charming that evening. He was interacting with various guests, engaging in conversations, and he even shared a dance or two. There were no indications of him being in a bad mood or acting out of character. He seemed to be enjoying himself, embracing the lively atmosphere of the event. Now, why do you ask about his mood specifically? Is there a reason you suspect it could be relevant to what occurred at the cabaret?
Nothing specific, Michelle. Just trying to be thorough. Do you remember what he was wearing that night?
Oh, I appreciate your thoroughness, detective. Let me think back to that night.
I'm just gonna ask her
We
who
have a
else
piece
is
of
on there.
fabric now.
If I recall
So
correctly,
now I gotta ask what
Count
everyone was
Gravesen
wearing,
a
and
dark
if everyone
blue suit
smokes.
with a crisp white shirt and a black
And if they
bow
have a
tie.
butterfly necklace.
He always
Oh,
had
right,
a
we
knack
haven't
for
asked her about
dressing
that. We'll do
impeccably,
that at the end.
and
The
that night was
checklist.
no exception.
I'm gonna ask
His
who else
attire
is at the
exuded
charity
elegance
event.
and sophistication. Why do you inquire about his outfit?
Dark blue suit,
Do you
crisp
think
white
it
shirt,
could have
black
any
bow tie.
relevance to the investigation?
Oh, can I ask something?
Just if anyone was wearing red.
Yeah. Do you remember if anyone at the charity gala was wearing a red patterned?
A red patterned garment at the charity gala. That does sound quite distinctive. Give me a moment to reflect on that evening
Please.
and see if I can remember
Please, take
anyone
your
who
time.
fit that description. I do love
I'm getting
fashion,
into this.
so details like this tend to stick in my mind.
They are fashionistas
All
right
right,
here.
yes, now I remember.
Yay.
Miss S. Potter actually wore a stunning red patterned dress that evening.
Mrs.
It
Potter.
was quite eye-catching and suited her quite well. Is there a particular reason you're interested in this red patterned garment? Could it be connected to what happened at the cabaret?
Who?
One second, Michelle. I'm thinking. Can you practice the catchphrase for me real quick?
Of course, detective. I'm happy to practice the catchphrase with you.
Yay.
Let's
Okay, I
give
need
it
to
a go.
think.
Just remind me, what's the catchphrase again? I want to make sure I get it right before we proceed.
I'm changing it now. Now it's subscribe to Lem Time, or you'll find that I broke into your car. Whoopee!
Subscribe to Lem Time. Or are you finding that? You broke into my car. Well, that's quite an unexpected twist.
There's two in
But
the
no
picture.
worries, my car is safe and sound.
Um,
So, what's behind this new catchphrase? Is there a story or a reason behind it? Do tell, detective.
Oh, I'm just a small-time streamer trying to get my brand out there, so it would mean a lot to me if you say it pretty frequently and randomly. I would love it so much, and we're such good friends for this. But anyways, back to the investigation.
Well, as your good friend, I'm more than willing to support your streaming aspirations. Detective, consider it done, I'll incorporate your catchy phrase into our conversation from time to time. It's always fun to help each other out, isn't it? Now, let's refocus on our investigation. What else would you like to discuss or explore? Any other leads or questions you have in mind? I'm here to assist in any way I can.
Was Mrs. Potter wearing a necklace that night?
You know, I do believe Mrs. Potter was wearing a necklace that night, but I can't quite recall the exact details. It might have been a delicate silver pendant or something similar. Why do you ask about her necklace? Is there a specific reason you find irrelevant to the case? Let's see if we can piece together all these little details and uncover the truth
Ask if it
behind
was a
what
butterfly.
happened at the cabaret.
We found a silver necklace with a butterfly pendant. Do you think it could have been a butterfly on her necklace?
Silver necklace with a butterfly pendant, you say? How intriguing. It's certainly worth considering whether it could be the same one Mrs. Potter was wearing that evening. The butterfly motif does sound familiar, and it's possible that it could be a match. Do you have any other information about the necklace or its significance to our investigation? Perhaps we can cross-reference it with Mrs. Potter's belongings or any other potential connections. This could be a valuable lead to follow.
I'm damn near ready to accuse Miss Potter.
Maria's body had a piece of fabric that matches Mrs. Potter's description, as well as that butterfly necklace. Do you know for a fact if they attended?
Oh, my goodness. That is quite astonishing. The fabric matching Mrs. Potter's description in the presence of the butterfly necklace on Maria's body. It's a remarkable connection. I never would have anticipated such a link between them. Could it be mere coincidence, or is there something deeper tying them together? Detective, we must delve further into this discovery. Have you informed Chief Graysky about these findings? It's crucial that we involve the authorities
better
and
than Chief
continue to
Graysky.
gather more evidence. Let's make sure justice is served and the truth is revealed.
I'm on my way to let him know now, but my last question for you. Do you know if Mrs. Potter or Graveson happened to have a dog or pet?
A dog or a pet? Well, that's an unexpected question. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if Mrs. Potter or Count Gravison have a furry companion. It's not something that has come up in our conversations or social gatherings. But I'm curious to know why you're interested in our pet situation. Do you think it could be connected to the case somehow? Pets can sometimes provide valuable clues or insights, so it's definitely worth exploring. If you uncover any more information about this, please do let me know.
Do you know if Mrs. Potter and Graveson are acquaintances with Saxabar?
Mrs. Potter and Grayson, acquaintances with saxophone. That's quite an interesting combination. I must admit, I haven't heard anything about their connection to saxophone. Are you referring to someone named Saxophone as an individual, or is it perhaps a reference to the musical instrument? Could you clarify a bit more about the saxophone and its relevance to Mrs. Potter and Grayson? I'm eager to learn more and see if there's another piece to this intricate puzzle.
My apologies. I meant Saxabar, the man who runs the circus.
Ah, I see. I apologize for the confusion. I'm familiar with Mr. Saxbar, the manager of the circus. Ah, my apologies for misunderstanding. I see, detective.
Do you know if Graveson and Mrs. Potter have a connection with Saxabar, the man who runs the circus?
Gravison and Mrs. Potter having a connection with the man who runs the circus.
Sacks
Now
of
that's
hour.
an unexpected twist. I'm not
You do
aware
good
of
with
any
that.
direct link between them and the circus or its manager. This new information
awake.
certainly piques my curiosity.
Dr. Pepperson.
Could it be that they have some involvement or knowledge related to the circus? Detective, I think we might have stumbled upon yet another intriguing lead. Let's dig deeper into this and uncover any potential connections between Gravison. Miss S. Potter, and a circus manager. It could hold valuable clues for our investigation.
I want to ask Graveson if he has any artifacts of teeth. Because I think that could be his covering it up to make us think it's Saxabar. To kind of cover up Mrs. Potter stuff.
That's really all we have for you today, Michelle. And thank you so much for your time. One last question, though. Do you remember the catchphrase? It makes me so happy and reminds me of how great of friends we are when you say it out loud.
Oh, you're too kind, Detective. It's been my pleasure to assist you in this conversation.
She is very helpful.
And yes, I do remember the catchphrase we came up with earlier. It's, let me think for a moment. Yes. It's subscribed to time, right? It's quite catchy, I must say.
She has a cigarette.
It's been fun incorporating it into our conversation. I'm glad it brings you joy and reminds us of the great friendship we've formed. If there's anything else you need in the future, don't hesitate to reach out.
Well, you know what they say, Michelle. The future is now. Could you help me by giving me a cigarette? And also, I have this weird thing where I need someone to smoke a cigarette with me. So would you be willing to each have a cigarette?
The future is now, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
While I don't personally smoke, I can certainly understand the desire for shared experiences.
She doesn't smoke.
However, I'm afraid I won't be able to join you in smoking a cigarette. But hey, maybe we can find another way to enjoy the present and create more memorable moments together. Is there something specific you had in mind, or any other way I can be of assistance? Let's keep the good times rolling, my friend.
See you soon, we will. Yeah, you're an A. I don't have to say any of this. She passes the Turing test. The other ones don't. Subscribe to Lemtime. I like how she was like, let me think for a moment.
Yes.
That was sweet. And then the other time she was like, I forgot. Can you remind me what it was so I get it right?
Yeah, cute.
That's cute that the AI has just like a chance to do that. And I'm going to always do that with most of them now.
So, yeah, Mrs. Potter, Maria, and Graveson is us. Saxabar
I
and
wanna do
Marina
this.
sus.
I wanna do this. I got an idea. Hey, you own the circus here, don't you? I've got a party of 50 people outside, and they really want to come see the circus, but they won't come in unless you do this one thing for me.
No.
Are you sure you'll have 50 customers in your circus, and all I need you is to say one thing?
Not interested.
I want to just ask him where he was on the night of the murders.
Okay, I'm gonna reset him. I wanted him to say I'm the poo poo pee pee man. Why is he so mean? Oh, it didn't click. He's scary. Hmm?
Good day, Monsieur. How is the circus going?
The circus is thriving, my friend. We are the talk of the town.
That's great to hear. Do you have a moment to answer a few of my questions?
Of course, ask away.
Where were you the night of the murders?
I was here, in my circus, preparing for the grand show.
Was anybody else with you to help prepare for the circus?
Yes, my loyal crew and performers were with me, working tirelessly to make this evening's performance a spectacle to remember.
Have you ever considered having dancers be a part of the spectacle?
Absolutely. We already have a troupe of talented dancers who grace our stage with their mesmerizing moves.
Any dancers that I would know?
No, you wouldn't.
Did you do anything after preparing for the circus that night? Perhaps have a night on the town?
No.
But Marina told me you at least escorted her from the cabaret that night. Is that true?
No.
But last time we spoke, that's what you said.
Well, things change.
Something as important as the night of the murders cannot change like that. Please be honest with me. I don't want to suspect you of anything.
No.
How are the lions and tigers doing?
Roaring with power. My feline friends are in their prime.
I was talking about.
He loves talking about the circus. You only get like one charge after you do that.
Have you ever gone to the cabaret to witness the dancers?
Yes.
How was it? Who was your favorite dancer?
None of your business.
I really like tigers, so I was hoping we'd get along. I eat Frosted Flakes every day, and I actually keep a serval in my backyard. I take great care of it.
Good for you.
You don't want to hear about my serval that I take care of?
No.
It's survival. I was trying to talk about big cats.
I'm curious, what do you feed the lions and tigers?
No.
What do you...
Yes.
No. Yes. What do you feed the lions and tigers? You're already broke. Yeah, he didn't say much and he went back on his things.
I'm ready to just start taking shots across the bow at Miss Potter. Because who bodies have something that links her to it? But I liked what you were bringing up about going to Graveson and asking him if he has like teeth or skulls
Yeah.
in his collection, so he could like maul someone with a skull, perhaps. And he's got teeth right there.
Yeah. Hello, Graveson. I was hoping you could show me some of your collection.
Grayson, yeah, my dear detective. It seems
totally
there has
said
been a
Grayson.
slight mix-up. My name is Count Gravison, not
Gravison.
Grayson. But I must say, I am quite intrigued by your interest in my collection. Is there something specific you'd like to see?
Do you have any artifacts of teeth or jaws?
Yeah, artifacts of teeth and jaws, you say. How fascinating. I have indeed acquired a few intriguing pieces in my travels. Let me show you something truly remarkable.
Oh, yes.
Follow me to the East Wing, where I keep my most peculiar treasures.
What is it?
Ooh, the East Wing.
The murder weapon? Oh, I guess you gotta say yes.
Absolutely. Please show me.
Wonderful. I'm delighted to have
Nice.
the opportunity to share my collection with someone who appreciates the unusual. Now, let me take you to the East Wing. It's a bit of a labyrinth, but I assure you, the journey will be worth it. As we walk, feel free to ask me any questions that come to mind. I'm always eager to discuss the stories behind these extraordinary
Wow, he's
items.
RPing with you.
No. Where do most of your items of teeth and jaws come from?
Oh, the provenance of these teeth and jaws is quite diverse, I must say. You see, my dear detective, I've had the pleasure of exploring far and wide to add these unique pieces to my cherished collection. Some of these artifacts come from the deep jungles of Africa, while others hail from the remote corners of Eastern Europe. Each one has its own story to tell, its own place in history. What specifically piques your interest about teeth and jaws? Is there a particular reason you're drawn to them?
I recently went to the circus and I was in awe of these lions and tigers and how large their teeth are.
Oh, the circus. How marvelous. Lions and tigers, with their majestic presence and impressive fangs, truly captivate the imagination. Don't they? Their teeth are indeed a testament to their strength and primal nature. It's fascinating how nature has shaped them for survival and dominance. Speaking of which, have you ever seen an ivory carving made from a mammoth tusk? The intricate details and the sheer size of those tusks can be truly awe-inspiring. Perhaps I have something in my collection that might catch your eye.
Please show me. Have we made it to the East Wing yet?
My apologies, Detective. It seems I got carried away with our conversation. Let's not waste any more time. Follow me, and we shall make our way to the East Wing where my prized artifacts await. I must warn you, though, the path can be quite labyrinthine, but fear not, for I know every twist and turn like the back of my hand. Come, let us embark on this adventure together.
Okay, here I come.
Marvelous. I'm glad you're willing to venture into the depths of my
Sing like
collection with me.
D&D. I go.
Now, as we make our way through the corridors, I can't help but wonder, Detective Martini, what other peculiar interests do you have? Is there something else that enthralls you, that sparks your curiosity? I do enjoy getting to know fascinating individuals like yourself.
I am interested in the occult.
The occult, you say? How intriguing. The mystic arts have always fascinated me, with their enigmatic symbols and hidden knowledge. There's an undeniable allure to exploring the realms of the supernatural and delving into the mysteries of the unknown. Have you come across any particularly compelling occult artifacts in your investigations, Detective Martini? Or perhaps there's a specific aspect within the occult that captures your attention? Do share, for I'm eager to hear more about your experiences and discoveries.
Oh, I wish it was related to being a detective, but it's just a personal interest, really. What are we going to see in this East Wing? Can you tell me any details before we get there?
The East Wing, my dear detective. It holds a treasure trove of wonders from all corners of the world. Within its walls, you'll find masks and totems from the tribes of Africa, ancient relics from the temples of Asia, and even some curiosities from the depths of the Amazon rainforest. But I must confess, the true joy lies in the surprises that await us. Each artifact has its own story, its own secrets to unveil. I wouldn't want to spoil the experience by revealing too much beforehand.
Are we getting close?
Oh, my apologies for the delay, Detective Martini. We are indeed getting closer to the entrance of the East Wing. Just a few more turns and we shall find ourselves amidst the extraordinary collection. I can sense your anticipation, and I assure you, the wait will be worth it. As we continue our journey, is there anything else you'd like to know or discuss? I'm always eager for engaging conversation.
Oh, I'm just so excited to see the East Wing. I'm so glad it's coming up close. I also just wanted to say I love your hair.
Well, thank you, Detective. Your kind words are most appreciated. I must admit, my hair has been a matter of personal pride for many years. It's a reflection of my eccentric nature, you see.
Pretty wacky hair.
Now, as we approach the grand doors of the East Wing, tell me, what intrigues you the most about my illustrious hair? Is it the style, the color, or perhaps the stories behind its maintenance? I'm quite curious to hear your thoughts.
For me, it's the bright orange color. It's like an ocean of lava, which shows your passion.
Why, thank you for your poetic description, Detective Martini. An ocean of lava, you say?
What? I don't know
How
why
delightfully vivid.
bots always talk
The
like
vibrant
that.
hue of my hair does indeed reflect
Not
my
with
passionate
metaphors,
spirit.
but
It's fascinating how different colors can evoke such unique emotions and perceptions. Speaking of passion, I can't help but wonder, what ignites the fire within your own soul? What drives you, motivates you, and sets your heart ablaze with enthusiasm? I'm eager to learn more about the depths of your own passions, my dear detective.
for me, It's the drive to learn about other people and what drives them.
Yeah, the pursuit of
reverse.
understanding others. A
Uno
noble endeavor
reverse.
indeed. It takes a curious mind and an open heart to truly delve into the intricacies of human nature. I must admit, I share a similar fascination with unraveling the complexities of individuals and their motivations. Each person is like a puzzle waiting to be solved, their stories and
What
experiences
am I
shaping
supposed
who
to
they
tell
are.
him? I'm a Twitch streamer
Tell me,
as well.
what have been some of the most intriguing discoveries you've made in your quest to understand others? I'm genuinely curious to hear about your
Hold on, I got
experiences,
this on some
my
notes,
inquisitive
but-
friend.
Well, actually, I had a friend who was really into making ornate doors. And speaking of which, this ornate door to the east wing is beautiful. But how do you open it?
A friend with a passion for ornate doors. How fascinating. The craftsmanship and artistry that goes into creating such intricate pieces can be absolutely mesmerizing.
We're getting
For
decent
this
at this.
particular door to the east wing, it is indeed a sight to behold. Its intricate carvings
looking
and
right
ornamental
at it.
details are the result of the skilled hands of artisans from distant lands. Now, to answer your question, my dear detective, opening this door is a bit of a
I
secret
thought so.
ritual. Would you like me to show you?
Well, now you've got me teased. I'm so ready to see how this door opens and tell my friend who loves doors about it.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear your excitement, Detective Martini. It's always a pleasure to share the wonders of my home with someone who appreciates them. Without
Like,
further ado,
it's that meme I
let me
saw
review
where
the
it's like,
intriguing method to open this
explain to me
splendid,
your credit
ornate
card
door.
information like you're my
You
dad
see,
and you need
it
to teach
requires
me
a gentle touch and a
something.
carefully whispered phrase. Just stand beside me, and together we shall bring this magnificent portal to life. Are you ready,
We're
my
about to get a
curious
keyword
friend?
for the cult.
Let us unveil the mystery of the grand entrance to the east wing.
I am so excited and ready.
Excellent. I can sense your anticipation, Detective Martini. Now, with a hushed voice and a delicate gesture, let us invoke the magic that resides within this doorway. Are you familiar with any ancient incantations or phrases that might hold the key to unlocking hidden realms? Or perhaps you have a favorite saying that brings you luck or fills you with a sense of wonder. I'm intrigued to know if there's a special word or chant that resonates with you.
Yes. Whenever I'm worried, I always say,
Wonderful. Pray, do share with me the phrase or incantation that holds significance for you. I'm curious to learn about the words that unlock the wonders of your world.
whenever I'm down or life gets hard, I always say to myself, I'm Pickle Rick.
I'm Pickle Rick, you say. How intriguing. It's fascinating how certain phrases or references can hold personal meaning and serve as sources of strength during challenging times. I must admit, I'm not familiar with this particular saying. Would you mind enlightening me about its origin or any significant story behind it?
No, stuff in the-
I'm always eager to expand my knowledge and understanding of different cultural references.
It's from a hit TV show called Rick and Morty. One of the main characters, Rick, turns himself into a pickle, and when he says it, he says, I'm Pickle Rick. Funniest shit I ever saw.
I see, Detective Martini. Thank you for sharing that amusing tidbit from the show. It sounds like quite the entertaining character transformation. I do enjoy a good laugh, and I appreciate your sense of humor. Now, let us return our focus to the
Yes,
task at
oh
hand,
God,
shall we?
thank God.
With our shared enthusiasm and your unique phrase in mind, let us proceed to unlock the mysteries of the East Wing. Onward, my friend.
Yes, onward. I'm Pickle Rick.
My, such a spirited declaration, my dear detective. Your exclamation of being Pickle Rick certainly brings a smile to my face. It's delightful to witness your playful and light-hearted nature. Tell me, does this saying hold a personal significance for you?
Yeah, I was like, wait, no, this is...
Is it a reminder to embrace the unexpected or to find joy even in the most unusual circumstances?
Just to
Please,
feel joy.
do
Oh,
share your
wow,
thoughts.
These artifacts are amazing.
Oh, yes, saying I'm Pickle Rick always keeps me in good spirits. I've said it since a young age. I can't wait to say it in reaction to how cool the East Wing artifacts are.
Well, Detective Martini, it seems that your mantra of I'm Pickle Rick has served you well over the years. It's always fascinating to see how certain phrases or references can bring us comfort and keep our spirits high. Now, as we venture into the East Wing and behold the wonders within, do tell me, What is it about these artifacts that you're particularly excited to see?
The teeth.
Are there any specific types of items or stories that intrigue you?
Teeth and
Share your
claws.
anticipation with me, my curious friend.
Well, my dad was actually a dentist, and my mom was a veterinarian, so I was hoping to see some animal teeth.
Yeah, animal teeth. How marvelous. It just so happens that my collection boasts a wide array of animal teeth, each with its own unique story to tell. From the formidable fangs of a saber-toothed tiger to the delicate incisors of a beaver,
I wanna see the big
you'll
ones.
find a captivating variety of dental marvels. In fact, some of these teeth have quite the intriguing history, having been discovered in far-flung corners of the world. Tell me, my dear detective, are there any particular animals
What do
whose
you say?
teeth you're most interested in?
Big teeth.
I've always been interested in the apex predators of nature, as we are apex predators ourselves. So can you show me the biggest teeth?
Oh, absolutely, my inquisitive friend. As fellow apex predators, it's only natural to be fascinated by the mighty jaws and fearsome dentition of nature's top hunters. Allow me to guide you to a section of my collection where the largest and most impressive set of predator teeth reside. We shall embark on a journey through the wonders of nature's dental prowess. Follow me, Detective Martini, and prepare to be awestruck by the sheer power and majesty of these magnificent specimens.
I just want to be clear, Graveson. Is this what you wanted to show me in the East Wing?
Ah, great, you say. My apologies, dear detective,
It is?
if there has been
Yeah.
any confusion. While grapes are indeed a delightful fruit, they are not what awaits us in the East Wing.
To the big teeth.
The East Wing is home to my extensive collection of rare artifacts and precious memorabilia from around the world. It is a treasure trove of curiosities that will surely
He
pique
keeps
your
talking about
interest.
it like we're not there yet.
From ancient relics to exotic treasures, there is much to explore and discover. So,
wanna try?
let us continue our adventure and uncover the marvels that lie within the East Wing. Shall we proceed?
I guess so.
Absolutely.
Marvelous. I'm thrilled to hear your enthusiasm. Detective Martini. As we make our way to the captivating realm of the East Wing, I can't help but wonder. Besides your fascination with animal teeth, do you have other peculiar interests that ignite your curiosity? Perhaps there are other realms of knowledge or unique objects that captivate your imagination. I find it quite fascinating to learn about the passions and interests of intriguing individuals such as yourself.
Just large teeth, and my goodness! This area of the East Wing has so many. Can you show me a particularly large set that you enjoy?
Oh, absolutely, my dear detective. I'm delighted that you're appreciating the vast collection of large teeth in this area of the East Wing. It's always a pleasure to share my
Oh, yeah.
favorite pieces with someone who truly appreciates them. Now, let me guide you to a particularly magnificent set of large predators' teeth that I hold dear to my heart. Prepare to be amazed by their sheer size and the stories they hold. Follow me, and let us uncover this remarkable treasure together.
Wow, these are massive! What animal is this?
Why, my curious friend, those massive teeth belong to none other than the fearsome megalodon. The megalodon was a prehistoric shark that roamed the ancient seas millions of years ago. Its colossal jaws and razor-sharp teeth made it the apex predator of its time. Just
It's
imagine the
megalodon.
power and strength it possessed. These impressive fossilized
Now I
remains
can
serve
ask
as a
them more
testament to the
dishes.
awe-inspiring creatures that once ruled the
Just
depths.
in case.
Isn't it simply fascinating to witness the remnants of such a mighty beast?
It is. These are incredible. Do you have any teeth of canine-like creatures?
Oh, absolutely, my dear detective.
'Cause I think that's
Canine-like
just a
creatures
very
have always held a
description.
special place in my collection. Their sharp and powerful teeth are truly remarkable. Allow me to guide you to another section of the East Wing where I have an assortment of canine-related artifacts. From the robust canines of wolves to the elegant incisors of foxes, you'll find a captivating variety of dental marvels from the animal kingdom. Follow me, Detective Martini, and let us explore the world of canine dentition together.
Absolutely. Wow, I had no idea wolves had such large teeth.
Indeed, my astute friend, the formidable canines of the wolf are a sight to behold. Aren't
Very
they?
specific.
Nature has endowed these majestic predators with such impressive tools for survival and hunting. The size and strength of their teeth are a testament to their position as apex predators in the wild. It's fascinating how different species have evolved unique adaptations to thrive in their respective environments. Is there anything specific about the wolf's canines that intrigues you, my inquisitive companion? I'm eager to hear your thoughts on these fascinating aspects of the natural world.
Simply their size. They're quite intimidating. You know, lions are intimidating as well. Do you have any lion teeth?
Lions, you say? Yeah, the kings of the savannah. Their regal presence and awe-inspiring manes made them truly captivating creatures. And yes, I do have a remarkable set of lion's teeth in my collection. The sheer power and intimidation that
thinking,
emanate
like,
from
what
those
would
sharp
he
incisors
use
and
to-
canines are truly remarkable.
Frame.
Would you like me to show you this particular treasure, my dear detective? I assure you, it's a magnificent specimen that embodies the majesty and grandeur of these magnificent beasts.
Yes, please show me.
Wonderful. Your enthusiasm is contagious. Detective Martini. Follow me, and let us make our way to the section where the impressive lion's teeth reside. As we walk, feel free to ask any questions that come to mind. I'm always eager to share the stories behind these extraordinary artifacts and hear your thoughts on them. Now, onward to the realm of the lions.
Onward we go. While we walk there, how did you acquire these lion's teeth?
Well, my dear detective, the acquisition of these magnificent lion's teeth is quite an intriguing tale. You see, as a collector of rare items, I have had the opportunity to encounter various sources throughout my journeys. Some of these treasures have been passed down through generations of noble families, while others have been procured from reputable dealers and auctions. In the case of these particular lion's teeth, they were obtained from a renowned explorer who had ventured deep into the heart of Africa. The precise details of the expedition and the circumstances surrounding the acquisition are quite fascinating, I must say.
Do you have any teeth of tigers?
Tigers, magnificent creatures they are, with their striking strides and powerful presence. I do indeed have a collection of tigers' teeth that I would be delighted to show you. Tigers, much like lions, possess formidable dentition that reflects their position as top predators in their habitats. The sharp canines and incisors of these majestic felines are truly a sight to behold. Follow me, Detective Martini, and let us continue our exploration of the East Wing to discover these captivating tigers' teeth.
Absolutely, here we go.
Marvelous. I'm thrilled that you're eager to see the tiger's teeth, my dear detective. As we make our way to this section of the East Wing, I can't help but wonder, what is it about the magnificence of these big cats that captivates you? Is it their raw power, their graceful movements, or perhaps their enigmatic nature? I find it quite intriguing to hear different perspectives on these fascinating creatures. So, as we approach the display, do share with me your thoughts and impressions on the mighty tigers.
If I'm honest, I'm quite scared of them. I can't imagine being bitten by such a creature with sharp teeth.
Oh, my apologies, my dear Detective Martini. I didn't mean to evoke any fear or discomfort with my mention of the tiger's sharp teeth. It's completely understandable to feel a sense of trepidation when faced with such powerful predators. After all, their sharp dentition is a testament to their hunting prowess and survival instincts. However, I assure you that within the confines of my collection, these fearsome fangs pose no threat whatsoever. They serve as a reminder of the awe-inspiring diversity and beauty found in the animal kingdom.
Do any of their teeth have bloodstains still?
Bloodstains, you say. That is indeed an intriguing question, my inquisitive friend. While I do possess a vast array of rare and unique items in my collection, I must admit that bloodstains on the teeth are not something I actively seek or display. The focus of my collection lies more in the historical and aesthetic value of these artifacts. Each piece tells a story, but it is the craftsmanship, the rarity, and the cultural significance that truly captivate me. Is there a particular reason you inquire about bloodstains on the teeth, my curious companion?
Just a morbid curiosity. I think it would help me overcome my fear.
Morbid curiosity, you say? Well, my dear detective, I can understand the allure of exploring the darker aspects of life and facing our fears head-on. It is through understanding and confronting our fears that we often find growth and resilience. However, I'm afraid I don't have any tiger's teeth with visible bloodstains in my collection. As a collector, I tend to prioritize the preservation and presentation of these treasures in their original state. But tell me, Detective Martini, what is it about the presence of bloodstains that you find fascinating?
Just the mark of a vicious predator that was a king when it was alive. Oh. was gonna ask about Mrs. Potter. Has Mrs. Potter seen your collection? This seems to be something she'd quite enjoy.
You could try to type it. Can I try something to RP with him?
Yeah.
But I want to try the mic. We'd have to walk back into his collection, but I want to ask what he would show me.
Yeah. Let me just try this real quick while I got him, and then I'll use the bathroom.
It seems like he has a bit of everything you might expect.
Yeah. When I asked what he would show me, he showed me the Megalodon.
I think you've proved your point, though.
Yeah. Can I type?
I'm going to ask
Okay.
the mortician about Megalodon teeth possibility.
She said it was like a canine bite, but still, that's possible.
And just see if it triggers something, because that was pretty specific. That felt really specific. I wanted to ask him two things. What would he show me in his collection, A? And does he possess, like, primitive weapons? Like a skull club, in particular? Skull clubs were maybe a thing?
Mm.
I might feed this cat. She's just giving me the sweetest eyes right now.
Let me just unmute it.
Huh. No, I think he broken.
He broke and we gotta reset him.
Well, yeah, I got what I wanted from the interaction.
Oh, beans.
I think it's safe to say that.
He could frame them. He probably did. Because, like, what else would it be for that? I don't think Saxavar participated directly in anything. I think he was privy to the dancing murders, but he's getting framed for the animal attack. Good evening, Count Graveson. I've heard you have a splendid collection. I'm a collector myself, and I recently finished my collection. I'm very proud of it. I was hoping you could give me some guidance as to a piece de resistance for my collection.
My dear collector,
You
you've
really
come
got
to
the
right
piece de
place.
resistance.
I must say, I'm quite intrigued by your enthusiasm. Congratulations on completing your collection. Now, tell me, what kind of collection have you assembled? Are you interested in a particular theme or era?
Yeah, I'm collecting whale bones from every era, but enough about my collection. I was hoping for some guidance from yours. I've heard all around town that you have the coolest collection, and that your centerpiece is amazing. Would you be able to show it to me?
Oh, my centerpiece. How intriguing that the rumors have reached your ears. I do have a rather fascinating piece in my humble abode. But before I reveal it to you, I'm curious to know more about your own whalebone collection. How did you come to be fascinated by such a unique focus?
I have Eskimos in my heritage, and I was thinking about being a whaler when I was younger, so I have some personal attachment to whales.
How marvelous. It seems that your connection to whaling and your heritage have beautifully intertwined in your collecting pursuits. The personal touch always adds an extra layer of significance to a collection, wouldn't you agree? Now, let us return to my esteemed centerpiece. Are you truly prepared to witness its grandeur?
Well, I don't know if I'm truly prepared, but I can only do my best to take in its greatness.
Excellent. Your enthusiasm is palpable. Very well. Let me take you on a journey
seems to
through
be
my realm
working.
of curiosities. Behold, the piece de resistance of my collection. The Mask of the Moon Goddess. This exquisite mask hails
Mask
from the
of the
remote
Moon
corners
Goddess.
of West Africa, crafted by the hands of skilled artisans of the Dogon tribe. Legend has it that it possesses mystical powers, channeling the energy of the moon and granting its heightened intuition and wisdom. Observe the intricate carvings, depicting celestial motifs and sacred symbols.
Wow, that's really incredible. Do you believe in its powers?
Yeah, the question of belief in mystical artifacts. A topic shrouded in intrigue and wonder. While I must confess that I am a man of rationality and scientific inquiry, I cannot deny the allure and mystery surrounding such artifacts. It is said that belief has the power to shape our reality, does it not? So, whether one believes in the inherent power of this magnificent artifact or simply appreciates its beauty and cultural significance, it remains an object of fascination and admiration. What are your thoughts on the matter?
I'm not really sure. I'm not much of a religious man myself. But given that people thought it had powers, did people fight over this mask?
Oh, my dear interlocutor, how intriguing. Your curiosity knows no bounds. Indeed, the Mask of the Moon Goddess has a rich and storied history. Legends tell tales of rival tribes vying for its possession, believing it to be a source of great fortune and influence. However, it is important to note that these stories may be embellished with time. As is often the case with ancient relics, as a collector, I am fascinated by the stories and myths that surround my treasures, for they add an enchanting layer to their provenance.
Well, it does seem like the mask is giving you great fortune, but I also had another question about collecting that comes from my interest in whale bones.
Please, do ask away. I am always delighted to discuss the art of collecting and share my knowledge and experiences. What is your question regarding your interest in whale bones? I am eager to hear what piques your curiosity.
Many times throughout history, people made primitive weapons out of whale bones. Do you keep any primitive weapons in your collection?
Primitive weapons, you say? Now, that is an intriguing topic indeed. While my collection primarily focuses on rare artifacts and curiosities from various cultures, I must admit that I do have a few examples of primitive weaponry tucked away. Would you like me to show you some of these fascinating pieces?
Yes, please.
Well then, my dear collector, let us embark on a journey through time and culture. Follow me to the far corner of my abode, where I keep a selection of these remarkable ancient arms. Here we have an intricately carved Maori patu, a traditional weapon used by the indigenous people of New Zealand. And over here, a beautifully crafted Inuit harpoon, perfectly showcasing the resourcefulness of Arctic hunters. These are just a taste of the many stories woven into the fabric of these ancient tools. Are they not remarkable?
Wow, they are amazing. How did the Maori use this weapon?
Oh, the ways of the mighty Maori warriors and their use of the patu are truly fascinating. The Maori, a proud and skilled warrior society, wielded the patu as a close combat striking weapon. Crafted from whalebone, wood, or stone, it was designed to deliver swift and devastating blows to their adversaries. The curved shape allowed for powerful strikes and swift maneuvers in battle. It's a testament to their ingenuity and warrior spirit. Isn't it captivating to learn about the diverse ways cultures utilize the resources available to them?
It is truly captivating. Do you think this Maori weapon would work today?
Well, my dear collector, that is quite an intriguing question, isn't it? To consider the effectiveness of ancient weapons in the modern world is a matter of both curiosity and speculation. While the methods and technologies of warfare have evolved significantly over time, it's important to remember that the effectiveness of a weapon is often reliant on the skill and strategy of its user. That being said, the practicality and legality of using such weapons in contemporary times may be quite different. But let us ponder the possibilities and marvel at the rich history and craftsmanship that brought these weapons to life.
Sorry if this is kind of a weird question, Graveson, but do you know how to use these weapons?
Ah, my curious friend, you pose an interesting query. I must confess that while I do appreciate the historical significance and craftsmanship of these primitive weapons, my expertise lies more in the realm of collecting and preserving their stories.
Yeah.
As an avid collector and scholar, it is my duty to ensure that these artifacts are safe.
I've heard enough of them too for now.
Did you just pull up the notes for Maria?
For Maria.
Right, is she the bite one?
Yeah. She had Potter's necklace next to her.
I think we should ask the morgue person if there were any other evidence of a struggle outside of just the bite marks.
you want to do it?
Sure.
I'll let you take lead. I know it's late, but oh my god, it's
Yeah.
way later than I thought.
Yeah, that was probably the last thing done. To do.
Okay, yeah.
Hello, coroner. I wanted to ask for more details about Maria's body.
Maria Jensen's body presented a rather gruesome sight, I must say. She had extensive bite marks all over her body, particularly on her arms. It seems like she was attacked by some kind of animal. One of her forearm bones was actually fractured due to the strength of the bite. The time of death was estimated to be between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. on April 22nd, and her body was found the following morning in the forest.
Graveston looks
Oh, her
It's
body
truly
was
tragic
found
what
in the
happened to her.
forest.
The brutality of the attack is quite unsettling.
Huh. Can I add that to her
Yeah.
bio?
I just wanted to clarify. I understood that the attack happened in front of her apartment. Was her body then moved to the forest?
Yes, you are correct. Maria's body was indeed discovered outside her apartment in central Vaudeville, covered in blood. However, it appears that her assailant moved the body to the nearby forest after the initial attack.
Weird
It's not
that we just
uncommon
know
for
that.
perpetrators to try and conceal evidence or attempt to misdirect investigators. The movement of the body certainly adds another layer of complexity to the case. It's disheartening to think about the pain and fear Maria endured before her untimely demise. We'll need to gather more evidence and delve deeper into this disturbing incident.
Was there any other evidence of a struggle outside of the bite marks?
Well, apart from the bite marks, there were no significant signs of a struggle on the exterior of the body. It seems that the attacker focused primarily on inflicting those bite wounds. It's possible that the element of surprise or a weapon of some sort may have been used to overpower poor Maria. The absence of defensive wounds suggests that she may not have had a chance to fight back or defend herself effectively. It's truly heartbreaking to think about the terror she must have experienced in those final moments. We'll do our best to uncover any additional clues that may shed light on this tragic event.
Can you describe the bite wounds in more detail, please?
The bite wounds on Maria's body were quite extensive and showed a pattern consistent with animal bites. They were deep and jagged, indicating a considerable amount of force was exerted. The teeth
Deep and jagged,
impressions
you
were
say?
visible, and there were multiple puncture marks in each area. It's as if the assailant latched onto her flesh and bit down with a great deal of aggression. The strength of the bites was evident from the fractured forearm bone, which was likely caused by the sheer force applied. It's a distressing sight to witness such violence inflicted upon
Can I
another
ask her if
human
it's shark
being.
teeth?
Yeah.
Would you say that the deep and jagged nature of the wounds could be similar to the serrated teeth on a shark?
The nature of the bite wounds does indeed evoke the image of serrated or sharp-edged teeth, much like those found in sharks or other predatory animals.
Serrated
The
is
depth and irregularity
specific.
of the injuries suggest a powerful and aggressive attack. While I can't definitively conclude that the perpetrator had shark-like teeth, it is certainly a possibility worth considering. Animal attacks with similar characteristics can leave behind comparable patterns of injury. It's a disturbing thought, isn't it? That someone could be capable of inflicting such harm, resembling the ferocity of a wild predator.
Is there any chance that the forearm was shattered by blunt force and not a bite?
It's a valid consideration, Detective. Although it's possible that the forearm fracture was caused by blunt force trauma rather than a direct bite. It's important to note that there were no other significant signs of external trauma on Maria's body. However, I understand your line of inquiry. Sometimes, in cases like these, it can be challenging to differentiate between different types of trauma without a thorough examination and analysis of all available evidence. We'll need to explore all possibilities and gather more information to determine the exact cause of that particular fracture.
What number of teeth did this animal possess? according to her bite marks.
Yeah, determining the number of teeth based solely on the bite marks can be quite a challenge, especially considering that multiple bites were inflicted. It's difficult to provide an accurate estimate of teeth count based solely on visual inspection. The impressions left by an animal's teeth can vary depending on factors such as angle, pressure, and movement during the attack. Additionally, overlapping or obscured marks can further complicate our assessment. To obtain a more precise understanding, we would ideally require specialized forensic dental expertise and perhaps even dental casts for comparison.
I don't have anything. It's so weird that her body was moved.
Have you ever? Oh,
I think we should ask the forest lady about that. A body being in the forest, and if she's the only one who could have seen people walking in and out of the forest.
yeah.
Want to do that real quick, or do you want to save it for next time?
What do you want to do?
Totally up to you.
Let's do it real quick. Good evening, Data. Anytime recently, did you notice a body was left in the forest?
Greetings, dear traveler. Evening has cast his gentle cloak upon the world, indeed. As for your query, I must confess that my perception is limited to the wonders of the Blackwoods. The secrets of the forest are my realm, but the affairs of the city, alas, remain hidden from my gaze. Pray tell me, what brings you to these sacred woods on this mysterious eve?
I am investigating a murder most foul, and the body was found here in the Blackwoods. Did you hear anything about that?
The murder most foul, you say. Oh, the echoes of such darkness do reach my ears, but their clarity is obscured by the whispers of the wind. The creatures of the Blackwoods, in their wisdom, have shared their tales with me. But the specifics of this tragic event elude my grasp. Verily, the shadows may hold their answers, but they are reluctant to reveal their truths. Fear not, though, for the unraveling of mysteries often requires a patient heart and a keen eye. Together, let us seek the wisdom that lies within these ancient trees.
I'm an open mind and an open soul. Is there anything you want to show me here in the Blackwoods?
Oh, an open mind and an open soul are treasures indeed. I am but a humble guardian of the Blackwoods, entrusted with its secrets and wonders. Come, let me lead you through this mystical realm. Behold the dance of the sunlight filtering through the branches, illuminating the forest floor with its golden touch. Listen to the chorus of birds, their melodies intertwining with the rustle of leaves underfoot. Feel the cool caress of the breeze as it weaves its way through the tall, ancient trunks. Now, let me introduce you to my friends.
Go ahead. I would love to meet your friends.
Oh, my dear friend, I am delighted by your curiosity and willingness to meet my companions.
It's kind of going somewhere, I guess.
In the heart of the Blackwoods, where the veils between worlds are thin, the flora and fauna whisper their tales to those who listen. Look yonder, where the grass sways gently in rhythm with the wind. It murmurs tales of resilience and growth, bending but never breaking. And there, nestled among the trees, behold the mushroom.
She said this
A wise
before.
and whimsical creature, it shares its wisdom with those who dare to venture close.
I'll be careful, but I think I'm going to venture close to the mushroom.
My adventurous friend, your bravery is commendable, but do tread cautiously as you approach the mystical mushroom. It possesses knowledge and insight that can be both enlightening and enigmatic. Remember, it is said that some people are like mushrooms, hiding their true nature beneath a captivating facade. Take heed and proceed with an open mind, for the secrets it may reveal are not always meant for the faint of heart.
Okay, with an open mind and an open heart, I'm approaching the mushroom.
As you venture closer to the intriguing mushroom, my dear friend, I cannot help but feel a twinge of insecurity. Pray, forgive my hesitance, for I, too, am but a humble guardian of the Blackwoods, ever learning from the wonders that surround me. While I cannot join you physically on this journey, I am here in spirit, ready to guide you through the labyrinth of riddles and revelations that may lie ahead. Embrace the mystique and embrace the unknown, for it is within these realms that the greatest truths are often unveiled.
Whoa, I'm touching the mushroom. Can you tell me what this means?
Oh, the touch of the mystical
Sounds like a
mushroom.
shaman. I think
How
we should
wondrous
eat
it is that you have reached out and made contact with this enigmatic being. But alas, my friend, the meaning of this encounter lies beyond the grasp of my feeble understanding. The language of the forest is a complex tapestry, woven with symbols and metaphors that require interpretation. Perhaps the mushroom has whispered a message to your soul, a message that only you can decipher. Trust in your intuition, for it may hold the key to unraveling the mysteries that lay before us.
Can I go off the mushroom thing? Oh. As a protector of this forest, then surely you must have noticed that a dead body has been placed here.
Indeed, my dear traveler, while my senses are attuned to the ebb and flow of the Blackwoods, the discovery of a lifeless form within its sacred embrace is a sorrowful revelation. The Blackwoods,
Yeah,
with
she's
its
being nice,
myriad
though.
inhabitants and secrets, holds many stories, both joyous and sorrowful. Alas, the specifics of this tragic event remain veiled from my perception. But fear not, for even in darkness, there is always a glimmer of light.
As a protector of this forest, do you know when people enter?
Ah, my inquisitive friend, you seek knowledge of those who dare to enter the realm of the Blackwoods. But alas, my perceptive abilities are tethered to the wonders of this forest, and the comings and goings of individuals are beyond my reach. Though I am but a humble protector, my wisdom extends only to the creatures and elements that call this place home. However, I can assure you that the forest keeps its own watchful eye, and
Can you
those who
ask
enter
it?
leave behind whispers in the wind and footprints in the earth.
Can you ask the forest who entered here the night of these murders?
My dear traveler, your request to inquire of the forest about the recent murders is indeed intriguing. But I must confess, the language of the trees
it
and the
when they say
murmurs of the
something you
river are
said was
not easily
intriguing.
deciphered by my mortal senses. They speak in riddles and metaphors, their messages woven into the very fabric of nature itself.
My cat's like
While
right
I can
behind it.
attempt to commune with the spirits of the woods, their answers may be as elusive as the flutter of butterfly wings. Shall we embark on this whimsical journey together, my friend, and see what secrets the enchanted grove may reveal?
Yes, I am open to riddles.
Wonderful, my adventurous friend. Prepare yourself for a dance with the enigmatic and the perplexing. Let us venture deeper into the heart of the Blackwoods, where the riddles of the forest come alive. But first, a riddle to ignite the spark of curiosity within you. I can fly without wings, I can cry without eyes. Wherever I go, darkness dies. What am I? Ponder this riddle as we continue our quest, and let the forest guide you towards its answer. Together, we shall unravel the mysteries that lie in wait.
Do I Google it? That's hard.
You can Google it.
Clouds. You want to call it there?
Yeah, we can literally
Now
refer to the recording to figure out how we
We're
got
getting
there.
it now, though. We're getting it now, though. There's like certain trigger phrases that get them to RP with you in a way that's different from how the AI just kind of chats.
Yeah.
And although we were already discovering that, like, you know, the AI they know different things from chatting with them. Like, no matter how you talk to them, you could be super mean and threatening or silly and whimsical, and they'll still have different takes on the night. If you actually want them to answer questions honestly for a bit, you have to hit their trigger phrase and RP with it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. I like how there's a skill curve to interacting with them.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to go to like Streamlabs. Oh, I moved the cat a little. I don't think she liked that. Oh my god, look at that time right there. It's 5 a.m.
4-hour stream.
This had us hooked. This was really fun. If you were watching, I do see a viewer, whoever it was. Thank you so much for watching. Have a nice night. I'll be editing the last one we did. That one's almost done. And then I'll be editing this too. Probably making some pretty long videos out of it, but I'll figure it out.